Come on, man.
Yeah. Yeah, how's everybody doing? Great. Amazing. Unbelievable, too. Happy Friday! Boy, y'all ready for some football? Colorado and the fucking nerds. What's going on over here? Fucking Auburn and Baylor. Oh, boy, if Auburn loses to Baylor, Hugh Freeze might as well just park his monkey ass in Waco and never come back to the Plains or the barn or Auburn or wherever the fuck. He might well just set up shop there, beg Dave Aranda for a job, because if the barn loses this game to Baylor, Hugh Freeze is going to be in a bad way. Because the Auburn fans are going to be in a bad way. Yeah, they're all set to get excited after a big win tonight and burn their weed down or whatever the fuck that tumor's fucking bush, weed, whatever the fuck it is. If they go all the way out to Waco and get humiliated by fucking Baylor, that's sad as shit. Here to tell you now. The barn could end up being down bad, and Hugh Freeze could be brushing up his resume in that. We'll see. As for the Colorado-Georgia Tech game, you already know. Nerds by 1 million. But mainly just by about 4.5, though. Be fine, too. How's everybody doing? Good to see everybody in here on a Friday. Week 1 of the college football season. 5 days of games they bless us with every year. That's amazing. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Last night we had Nebraska and Cincinnati. And I'm here to tell you, Nebraska's in a world of fucking dog doo-doo. Because they're not very good. Cincinnati's horrific, and they held on and squeaked by that garbage can of a team last night. So, I don't know. It's not looking good. I mean, to me, Nebraska looked like the same old fucking Nebraska I've been watching for the last decade. What it looked like to me. A team that doesn't know how to win. No matter how much better they are than the other team. They just don't know how to fucking win. The best they can do is avoid losses. They don't know how to fucking win. It's a shame. And it's sad, too, and also in addition to that as well. Yeah. So the comment section voted at the top of the show. We put up a poll. Who's going to win the first half, Auburn or Baylor? Y'all voted on Baylor. So I put a first half bet in for Baylor. Y'all know how we do around here. On all of these live streams, I put up a poll about 30 minutes. I think we ran the poll from about 7:30 to 8 o'clock. Who's going to win the first half? Y'all voted for Baylor. It was close. It was like 52% to 48% or something like that. So I put a bet in on Baylor. Baylor first half. That's the only bet I have on the game. I didn't bet the game. I didn't bet the Baylor-Auburn game. Hard to get a read on it, to me. If Jackson Arnold isn't any better than last year, Baylor's going to win by a couple of touchdowns. If Jackson Arnold plays okay and doesn't turn the ball over, Auburn might win by a couple of touchdowns. I don't know. I can't get a read on it, so I didn't bet on it. Let y'all do it. First half Auburn, or first half Baylor. That's the bet y'all voted on. So y'all got Baylor to win the first half. Good luck in that. I did bet on the Georgia Tech-Colorado game. What did I bet? Thanks for asking. I bet, what did I bet? Georgia Tech -3. I bought it down to 3. It was at 3.5, I think. I bought it down to 3. So I've got Georgia Tech -3. Michigan State, who is already playing and winning. I've got Michigan State -19.5. I've got UNLV and Sam Houston over 61 points. Charlotte +3. Western Michigan, Michigan State under 50. Y'all have the bet Baylor to win the first half. Net. And I have a bet on Jamal Haynes over 73.5 rushing yards. That's the bets I have in. That's the bets I have in right now. Hey, guess what? Guess what? Tonight's live stream is proudly, I mean proudly, brought to you by the good people over at Sleeper. Y'all check it out. Download the Sleeper app yesterday, or even sooner than that if you can. Promo code Lou, $100 deposit match. They'll give you a $100 deposit match. And get your picks in on tomorrow's games on the Sleeper app. We'll pull the Sleeper app up at some point here during the stream and see if we can find some bets to make. I'm sorry, picks to make on the Sleeper app for tomorrow's game. Huge games tomorrow. I mean, Texas and Ohio State obviously at noon. Tennessee and Syracuse also play at noon. At 3:30, you've got Florida State and Alabama. And then in prime time, you've got Clemson and LSU. So some massive games tomorrow. So, I don't know, maybe at halftime, or if the games sort of slow down a little bit, we'll pull up the Sleeper app and see if we can find a way to make some money picking some stuff on the Sleeper app for the games tomorrow. But there is a link in the description. You can download the app. Make sure you use promo code Lou. That would be smart. And they're going to give you, they're going to match your deposit up to $100. So get $100 free on me. Yeah, on me. Yeah, it's amazing. Sleeper's easy. You're just picking over, under on stats, basically. So you really like Ty, hey, Bama man, you really like Ty Simpson? You think he's going to light up that Florida State defense? Head on over to the Sleeper app, get your pick in on Ty Simpson over the passing yards number. You hate Castellanos? I do. I can't stand that guy. Going over to the Sleeper app, get your pick in for under on the Castellanos numbers. You guys know how it works. All right, Georgia Tech on the ground. On first down, picks up 15 yards. That better be Jamal Haynes. Is that Jamal Haynes? I think it is. Who is that? No, that was a jet sweep. Who the hell is that? I need Jamal Haynes over 75 yards rushing for Georgia Tech. Anyway, Georgia Tech off and running, literally. Oh, Haynes King fumble, and Colorado recovers. There was, I don't know if that was miscommunication or what the hell happened there. Haynes King went to hand the ball off, and the runner back didn't want it. And it fell on the ground, and Colorado jumps on it. And a big turnover here at the start of the game for the Nerds is going to give Colorado great field position early in this one. Shout out to the lady brings Uncle Lou his coffee and that so we can get riled up in here. How you doing? Everything okay?
Good morning.
Everything good out there?
Yes.
Where's Burgle? Chilling out there?
Yeah, she's still in.
Too rowdy in here. Burgle don't want to come in here right now.
She may come in.
I've been drinking coffee since noon to make up for last night's stream. I was down bad last night. Y'all hung on that stream last night. I was down bad. I didn't have no energy. I was half dead. I was still asleep really. I was. But not today. Today, we bring the boom. We got a full, this is like half a gallon of coffee here. This is a huge cup. Good morning, by the way, assholes. Good morning. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Colorado with a swing pass picks up 4 or 5 yards before getting shoved out of bounds. Bad way to start for the Nerds with a turnover there. Gives Colorado great field position. Baylor's got the ball over here now with Baylor and Auburn. That game's underway too. Baylor, first possession of the game, 14:29 to go in the first quarter. No score, obviously. Baylor with the gold helmets. Not sure what point they're trying to prove there. They look kind of silly. They're wearing black and gold. Of course, that is not Baylor colors. Baylor colors green and white. Whoa, Colorado breaking tackles here. The Nerds looking like dog shit early in this one. Does anybody want to tackle that dumb motherfucker or what? God damn, the Nerds are bad. Look at this. Wrap up, man. What are you doing? Lee, man, dive at the man's ankles, man. What are you doing? The Nerds might be dog shit for the 100th year in a row. First and 10 for Colorado. Baylor, it looks like, picks up a first down. They do. Colorado keeps it on the ground. They're going to gain about 4, maybe 5. Another good play on first down for Colorado, second and about 5. Baylor's got the ball. Their first possession of the game. They're driving. They just picked up a first down. Still the first minute of the game in that one. If we can get a commercial break or something, I can take roll and say hey to everybody. But we got 2 great games on here, and I'm trying to watch these fucking games here. What is going on? Colorado all the way down to the Georgia Tech 12 after a turnover. Handoff again right up the gut. Little bit of a hole. Going to gain 3 or 4 yards. Third down and about 2. Coming up for the Fighting Primes. Yeah. Now they're reviewing this previous play in the Baylor-Auburn game to see if it was a first down. They called it a first down on the field. They're going to take a look at it and see. Colorado with a 3rd and 2 here in the red zone after a Georgia Tech turnover on their opening drive. Yeah. This is a lot going on right now. This is a lot going on here. What are we doing? I got to fix the scoreboard. There's games on there that we don't even care about, and we're trying to see the games we do care about. There we go. Uh-oh! Touchdown, Colorado! Touchdown pass by Caden Salter, a new quarterback for Colorado, a transfer from Liberty, I believe. Gets to start over Juju Lewis, the true freshman that Dion brought in last recruiting cycle. And Colorado, after a Georgia Tech turnover on their second play of the game, capitalizes with a touchdown here, and they're going to take a 6-0 lead. An extra point will make it 7. They reversed the call on the field. Baylor did not get the first down, which made it 4th and 1. Baylor goes for it on 4th and 1 from their own 34-yard line, and they just barely pick up the first down, but they did pick it up. 1st and 10 Baylor. 4 wide now. Sawyer Robertson, is that his name, the quarterback for Baylor? Play action. Looking. Now wants to run, slips and falls near the line of scrimmage for no gain. 2nd down now coming up for Baylor. A Baylor offensive lineman is down bad. His hat came off and his head is covered in blood like one of them fake-ass wrestling razor blade deals there on that and that and this and that and the other and that too. Also in addition to that as well. Kansas up 14-0 over a bag of wet laundry early in that one. Commercial break now with Colorado up 7-0. Georgia Tech fumbled on their second play. Gave Colorado great field position. They capitalized and scored a touchdown. 7-0 Colorado up over the Nerds early. Baylor and Auburn. Baylor got the ball to start. They have picked up a first down. Now they're looking at another 3rd and 1 on their own 46-yard line. Shotgunning 3 wide. Sawyer Robinson waits for the snap. 3rd and 1, talking to the line of scrimmage now. Moving the running back around. Now I think everybody's ready. Snap. Option. Pitch. Has room across midfield. 45. Runs a man over. Runs a Barner. Oh, I mean, absolutely ran right through a Barner. 15, 20-yard gain down the sideline on a little option there. They had the quarterback covered, Auburn did, but nobody out wide to account for the running back. He ends up running over a safety downfield and then gets shoved out of bounds after a gain of about 20. Baylor in business now, though. 12:20 to go into first quarter. 1st and 10, Baylor. All right. Super chats. Let's get caught up. Nick Koenig says, like and subscribe. Football is back. Yeah, make sure you subscribe to the channel if you're not already. I do these pointless live streams every weekend during the college football season. And I post college football videos that are borderline unwatchable almost every single day of the year. We have a great time here, though. And this is the best college football comment section on the planet. So if you like arguing or discussing college football or both, this is a great place to be. Make sure you subscribe. Thank you, Nick. Greg says, deep down, Nebraska regrets firing Bo Pelini. I don't even think it's that deep down, to be honest. I just think they straight out regret it. I mean, they have just been absolutely terrible in the 10 years since firing Bo Pelini because he was only winning 9 games a year. Just an absolute disastrous decision that turned out to be. for the Cornhusker, man. Huge play by Baylor on the ground, inside the 20, down to the 18, another 20-yard gain. 1st and 10, and Baylor making it look easy is in the red zone here early in this one at home against the Barn. Barners can stop the run early. No, they can't. No, they can't. Mew2, thank you for the super chat. Just got back from Bubba's. Had a damn good burger watching the Illinois game. Have a good Friday. Why are you watching the Illinois? Are you an Illinois fan? That's the only possible explanation there, because no one else is watching that game, I am pretty sure. But enjoy your Bubba's burger, my guy. I had meatloaf for dinner. Guess what else I did today? You already know. Boiled peanuts. This entire house smells like boiled peanuts. When you smell boiled peanuts, that means two things. Fall weather and college football. It's a tradition. Week 1, every single year for week 1, as long as I can fucking remember. I boil a ridiculous amount of peanuts that I will never eat. I mean, I bought a 5-pound bag. Do you have any idea how big a 5-pound bag of green peanuts is? It's like half the size of me. And you got 5 days. I boil peanuts every day now to Monday. Never eat them all. And then call everybody I can think of. Come get some of these damn peanuts. You know what I mean? But the smell, man, shit. It reminds me of college football and the fall, and I do it every year, and it puts me in the mood to start the college football season, right? And of course, you may have heard this before from your wife or girlfriend, but I've got the best nuts in town. Verified. Verified. Yeah. Justin Blair says, giving up Tommy Fries or Georgia Tech wins back-to-back natties. Georgia Tech can win back-to-back natties then. I'm not giving up Tommy Fries. That's not happening. That was a silly question, honestly. Georgia just won 2 natties, so I don't care. I'll give up a couple of natties, but I'm not giving up Tommy Fries. No, that's silly. This is the Lou I came to see. Coffee up, pay Lou. Yeah, we're gonna win some bets tonight too. We're going to win some bets on these college football games tonight. I need Michigan State to win big. I've got Michigan State minus 19.5. The underdogs, we took Baylor in the first half. They're an underdog. I took Charlotte to +3. They were an underdog. I don't even know what those scores are. I'll have to check them in a minute. Fusion Game says, Nerds. Damn, what was that movie? Revenge of the Nerds. Yeah, Revenge of the Nerds. Lambda. All right, 1st and 10 now. Georgia Tech, they are across midfield already. Their first drive ended in a fumble. Now they're going to turn it over again. Who got it? They fumbled again. I think Colorado got it again. Horrible snap this time. Haynes King was in a shotgun and the center literally snapped it over his head. He jumped up for it, but batted it towards the line of scrimmage, and a Colorado man falls on it. And for the second straight possession, Georgia Tech has turned the ball over and given Colorado a good field position, this time at midfield. Just a horrible snap and then a horrible bounce. Look at it. I mean, the Nerds are an absolute fucking disaster. I mean, have the Nerds done any... You know what? This is what happens when you spend an entire offseason bragging that you lost to Georgia in 8 overtimes. Oh, we're back. We're so good now. We're amazing. We lost to Georgia in 8 overtimes. We're so fucking back. When are these idiot fan bases going to learn to stop fucking bragging about losses? Florida's on this same fucking mumble rap routine, bragging about a loss, and they're about to have a disastrous fucking season too. Florida fans have been running their fucking mouths for 8 months because they only lost to Georgia by 2 touchdowns. Y'all are fucking pitiful, man. And now look. This is embarrassing, man. The Nerds are down bad. Have another cup of coffee. I plan to, my dude. Thank you, Matt Reacts. Thank you, Fusion Games. Bama Mike says, hit the like button. Can I hit my own like button? Because I love this fucking stream. We argue, we discuss, and we talk shit here, sir. Yeah, hey, Brian, can I ask you something, Brian Gentry? Are you on drugs, sir? And I'm, of course, asking that respectfully. Are you on drugs, sir? Shout out to Octavian, wherever he is. Don't know where he is. He might be at the nut house. LOL, Illinois wishes Buckeyes all the way. What the fuck are you? Who is Illinois even playing? Some deadbeated team? If Auburn won 4 natties this year, why are we playing? What? I don't even know what that means. If Auburn won 4 natties this year, why are we playing? I don't understand. I don't understand that. I don't understand that. Uncle Lou's nuts for Heisman. Yeah. Facts. Unanimous vote, too. Colorado QB running all over the place. Now chunks it into the end zone. Overthrown. It's going to be 4th and 10 now. Colorado probably going to have to punt it away. They're at midfield. They'll try to pin Georgia Tech back deep here and just hope that Georgia Tech does what they always do, which is fumble. Do you know Georgia Tech has turned the ball over on every possession they've had this year? That is fucking sad. That is real fucking sad. They have turned the ball over on every possession they've had. Absolute dog shit. That's what Georgia Tech is. That's what Georgia Tech is. HJB says the nerds went out to Colorado and smoked a little bit too much of that grass. You think that's what might be what it is? Georgia Tech calls a fair catch at the 17. Not a good punt at all. Should have been able to pin them back inside the 10 on that one. DK, thank you for the super chat. Very generous of you, sir. As always, he says, well, since I gave the bookie money on Georgia Tech, I might as well give some more away. LOL. Hook. Well, I'm a 5-star dummy. I voted on I voted on Georgia Tech too. So, what did I take? I bought it down to 3. So I'm not giving up on the bet yet. I mean, we'll see. It's not unusual for home teams to start out hot. Now, turning the ball over on your first 2 possessions, that is extremely unusual. But it's not unusual for the home team to start hot. You see Baylor went down on their first possession with a really good drive. They're up 3-0. Colorado, 2 turnovers. They forced 2 turnovers. Capitalized on one of them with a touchdown. Not unusual to see the home team start hot here. So we'll see. I'm not giving up. Not giving up on the barn. Not giving up on Georgia Tech. At least not yet. Jackson Arnold in the pocket, and he's going to get sacked and slammed to the ground because Jackson Arnold is absolute dog shit. I don't understand. You know what happens? Sometimes these coaches, and honestly, NFL coaches and GMs are guilty of this too. They think they can fix it anybody. They're like, we can fix it. Yeah, we'll draft Anthony Richardson, number 4 overall. We can fix it. No, you can't. The guy's a fucking moron. You can't coach somebody out of being a moron. That's what Anthony Richardson has. And then Hugh Freeze here. Oh, yeah, we need a quarterback. Who should we get? Well, you know, Jackson Arnold's in the portal, and he was the worst quarterback in the SEC last year, except for our quarterbacks. Hugh Freeze goes, let's go get him. I'll fix him. You can't fix him, man. You're polishing up a turd, dude. This guy's not any good, this Jackson Arnold. What are we doing now? The fake natties by Auburn is what I mean. Brian Gentry says, I get my drugs from Matt Rule behind Applebee's. What? You ought not be nowhere near no fucking Applebee's. Applebee's is dog food that they charge you for. Applebee's is disgusting. There's no roaches. The only good thing about Applebee's is there's no roaches there. You know why? They won't even eat that shit. That's why. Unknown Messiah says, woo, who fumbles more balls, Georgia Tech or Diddy? Hashtag RTR. Hey, I don't know that Diddy got found guilty of fumbling no balls, did he? I don't know about it. I don't know. Rustin Key says, Lou, great to be back for another season. Go Vols. Yeah, Tennessee has an interesting game tomorrow. Now, I picked Tennessee to win. So I want to be clear on that. But plus 14 seems like a lot of points to give up to Syracuse. So I kind of like Syracuse plus 14 to keep it closer than that. But I did pick Tennessee to win the game. I did. Jackson Arnold's way worse than Nico. But yeah, way worse. But I did pick Tennessee to win tomorrow. Yeah, but I think it'll be closer than 14. I think it'll be closer to 14. Did y'all download the Sleeper app yet? Download the Sleeper app. Promo code Uncle Lou. $100 deposit match up to $100. Find me some winners on Sleeper for tomorrow. At halftime, I'll pull the Sleeper app up on the stream, and we'll go through it, and y'all can tell me some winners for the games tomorrow on that Sleeper app. But make sure you use the promo code Uncle Lou. That's how they know you came from this channel, and they're gonna give you a $100 match up to $100. Stop mistreating Applebee's. Fuck Applebee's. Applebee's is terrible. All right, 2nd and 3 for the Nerds. Let's see if they can somehow manage to hang on to the ball here. They're down 7-0. They've turned the ball over on their first 2 possessions. Haynes King with a nice run here on 2nd and 3 picks up about 10 first down Nerds. I think that's their first down of the game because they've just been busy fumbling in that. What about Dreamland Barbecue? Dreamland Barbecue, it ain't even real barbecue. Nobody gives a fuck about Dreamland Barbecue outside of Tuscaloosa. Nobody. It's not good at all. Whatever town you live in has a better barbecue place than Dreamland Barbecue. The only difference between the barbecue place in your hometown and Dreamland Barbecue is that the barbecue place in your hometown doesn't desecrate its own walls with a bunch of stupid fucking pictures of Bear Bryant and Forrest Gump. That's the only difference. Don't quit, Auburn fans, since 2010. You've been flapping them dick suckers since February about Auburn going 1-0. Stick around and take your fucking medicine. Baylor with a huge play down the sideline inside the 10, gain of 50 or 60 yards on just a go route down the sideline, up and out, out, just outran him. I mean, this Auburn guy just can't keep up. How the fuck did this guy get a scholarship? He's that goddamn slow. I mean, he just got burnt. 1st and goal, Baylor at the Auburn 8. Shotgun. Handoff. Right up the gut. Gets to about the 5-yard line. 2nd and goal. 2nd and 5 for Georgia Tech now, just across midfield. They're going to hand it off. Has a hole. Stiff arm. Shoved out of bounds near the 1st down marker. Jamal Haynes with the carry. I've got to bet Jamal Haynes over 75 yards rushing, so I need him to have a good day. Just got word our equipment manager has the sniffles. If Texas wins tomorrow, it don't count. Well, I see what you're doing there, but you know nobody gonna buy that shit. But yeah, if Ohio State loses, there will be some excuse handed out within 5 minutes of the game ending. That's for sure. Baylor on the ground to the 2. 3rd and goal coming up for Baylor. Georgia Tech just turned it over again. Haynes King just threw an interception. 3 possessions, 3 turnovers for the fucking Nerds. Who can I call? You want me to call? I'm going to call. I only know 2 Georgia Tech fans. Might as well call and bother them.
Your call has...
I mean, this is pitiful. That's definitely an interception, too. That ball didn't hit the ground, didn't even come close. So that's definitely a turnover. 3 possessions, 3 turnovers for the fucking Nerds. They've turned the ball over 3 times. There's still 7 minutes to go in the first fucking quarter. Colorado only up 7-0, though. It'd be a miracle if Georgia Tech can force another punt here. Swing pass for Colorado, one of those little flares out wide. Georgia Tech was ready for that, though. A loss of about 3 on the play. 2nd and 13 now coming up for Colorado. If Georgia Tech turns the ball over 3 times and ends up only being down 7-0, that's a fucking miracle. What's the over-under for Georgia Tech turnovers? Whatever it was, it already went way over. I mean, I don't even know if that's probably it was either 1.5 or 2.5, probably. But whatever it was, the over is done hit. Colorado has the greatest defense of all time, says Hector. Colorado on the ground, breaking tackles to the 40. A good gain on 2nd and 13 is going to make it a manageable 3rd down here for Colorado. 3rd and about 4 coming up for the Buffs. You're down big bad if you make Colorado's defense looks good, says P-Bag Prime. Man, come on, man. Now listen, I'm not doing the cancer jokes. Now that's on you. This guy done made his whole screen name called P-Bag Prime. I'm not doing the cancer jokes, man. I ain't that's too much even for me. But you do you, boo, and thank you for the super chat. 3rd and 4 now. Colorado back to throw. Caden Salter, pass complete. Good tackle though by Georgia Tech in the open field, a yard short of the 1st down. And let's see what Colorado decides to do here. They might go for it. They got a lot of momentum now. I mean, if you're gonna take a chance, now wouldn't be the worst time to do it. 4th and 1. Dion looks dazed and confused on the sideline. That's per normal, though. You know, he's not a coach. He's just like he's like college football's version of, what's the guy that wears the clock around his neck? Flavor Flav. You know, Flavor Flav didn't have no musical ability with the Public Enemy and that. He was just a hype man. That's Dion. Dion's just a Colorado hype man. It's all the assistants and coordinators that do all the coaching. Dion ain't no coach. He's a team dad with a team mom with a gold whistle. Colorado does punt it away. Georgia Tech fields it at the 4 for reasons unknown, and they're going to be slung down at the 2 or the 1. Georgia Tech might be the worst team in football. UNLV was the worst team I'd seen play. Kansas was the best team I'd seen play. Georgia Tech might be the new worst team I've seen. I don't know what in the fuck this clown was doing on this punt return, but he'd be out of a scholarship if I had anything to do with it. Looks like Georgia Tech is still filling that 8 overtimes. Well, they're definitely still bragging about it non-stop for no reason. Yeah. Yeah. Hope your night is going great, Lou. Sad to see Lee Corso go after tomorrow, says Chandler Dickey. Yeah, it's going to be hard to watch, man. I've been watching College Game Days almost since the beginning. I started watching College Game Day in the mid-'90s, and I sort of grew up on Lee Corso. So, I mean, it's time for him to go. I mean, it is, you know, he doesn't really bring much to the show anymore. He just can't really do it anymore. So, I mean, I understand it's time to go, but, man, yeah, it's going to be tough seeing him do the last headgear pick. Lou, great to be back for another season. Go Vols, says Rustin Key. Good to see everybody in here tonight. My girlfriend is an Auburn fan. Well, the good news is you didn't marry her, so it's easy to walk away. But get the fuck out of there. Immediately. Lou, you the man. Thank you, Brett. Thank you, Melon Matt. Yeah, you got to get the fuck out of there, dude. Is it your sister? I don't understand. If she's an Auburn fan, then that would make you her brother. Yeah. Just wanted to say thank you for what you do, Lou, says Scott Thompson. Man, I appreciate y'all hanging out and watching these games with me, man. So thank you for the kind words, but I feel like I should be thanking y'all. Wouldn't be shocked to see Baylor smoke the barn, says Nick Koenig. Put Deuce Knight in. Y'all already ready to bench Jackson Arnold after the first 7 minutes? Goddamn. We got 5 minutes to go in the first quarter, and the Auburn fans are already had enough of this Jackson Arnold bullshit. They want that fucking freshman Deuce Knight in there. All right, here we go. 1st and 10, Jackson Arnold. Hands the ball off. No, he's going to keep it. Spin move. Somehow manages to gain 2 yards without fumbling it. Positive play for the barn. They better write that down. Speaking of writing shit down, I got to start writing shit down on the copious notes and that. You know what I'm talking about? Asher Trasher says the barn versus the nerds in the toilet bowl. Yep, just waiting on somebody to come along and flush it. But woo, who have they played? Well, Georgia Tech has played Colorado. Auburn has played Baylor. UNLV has played Potato State. Kansas State has played Iowa State. Nebraska has played Cincinnati. There's a whole list of people who have they played. 700 people in here. Hit the thumbs up. Yeah, y'all hit the thumbs up. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me on a Friday night watching these college football games. I've got Georgia Tech and Colorado on the center TV. We've got Auburn and Baylor on one of the other TVs over here. So I got 2 games on, 2 good ones, 7-0. Boy, Georgia Tech is extremely lucky to only be down 7-0. If you haven't been watching, Georgia Tech's had the ball 3 times. They've turned it over all 3 times. Yet Colorado only up 7-0. Their only touchdown came on when Georgia Tech turned it over in their own red zone. They then turned it over at the 50-yard line. Colorado had to punt, and they turned it over again at the Colorado 40 and forced yet another punt. So Georgia Tech extremely lucky to only be down 7-0 here. And now they're going to get Colorado with a pass interference, which is big. Georgia Tech was backed up on their own 2-yard line. This is going to be a 15-yarder and get them out from that end zone there. UCLA fan here. What? I call bullshit. I've never seen this. Is like seeing Bigfoot riding a unicorn. And a real life UCLA fan. Thank you for being an asshole. Lou Fitness. College football is back. UJ equals 8-4 seasons this year. Boy, hardly any of that makes any sense at all, dude. But thank you. Can't say it enough. So good to be back, says Nick Koenig. It is good to be back. Of course, I never left. Now, just for the record, I do this dumb shit year round. A lot of y'all leave every February and then don't come back till now. But my dumb ass has been here the whole time. Yeah, I've been here the whole time. Bruh. Yeah. Commercial in the Auburn game. 2nd and 8 here for Georgia Tech. They're on their own 19-yard line, down 7-0 to Colorado. 4.5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Haynes King almost got sacked, but gets rid of it. Caught! And good for a first down. Unbelievable play by Haynes King that time to avoid the pressure. Stand in the pocket knowing he was about to get laid out. Delivered a strike downfield. Look at this. You know you're going to get hit there. Puts a perfect throw. First down for the nerds. Keeps this drive alive. Yep. UCLA football fan. Endangered species. I've honestly never seen a UCLA fan in here, so welcome. Go get whatever other 2 or 3 UCLA fans might be out there and get them over here too. Georgia Tech on the ground on 1st and 10 picks up about 5. Second down coming up for the nerds now. I can't wait for Oregon to beat Ohio State and Penn State. We're going to be waiting a long time because Oregon doesn't play Ohio State. I hope you're a patient man because they don't play this year. Uh-oh, big play for the nerds into Colorado territory. Shoestring tackle probably saves a touchdown, but Georgia Tech all the way down to the Colorado 40. But they've been here before. Yeah, and they turned the ball over. Yeah. Got a break they won, come on, slowpoke. Got a break they won, come on, slowpoke. First and 10, Auburn on their own 31. Jackson Arnold in the pocket, looking, throws over the middle, caught underneath. Gain of about 6, maybe 7 yards. Under 4 minutes to go in the first quarter now. Baylor only up 3-0. Squandered an opportunity down in the red zone. Probably should have scored, but didn't. Yeah, but didn't. Came away with a field goal. Auburn on the ground on 2nd and 3 is close to a first down. Georgia Tech on 2nd and 6 completes a pass for 5 yards. They're going to be a yard short. 3rd and 1 coming up now for the Nerds. Lou, today I have Auburn, Colorado money line, Western Michigan plus 21.5, UNLV minus 9.5, and Colorado Tech under 26 first half. Well, we got Baylor, Georgia Tech. Who's Western Michigan playing? Michigan State? No. Who's Western Michigan playing? Illinois? UNLV minus 9.5. You know I like that one. Of course I do. Of course I like UNLV minus 9.5. I actually took the over in the UNLV game though. Let's see. I've got over 61 points UNLV and Sam Houston. I've got Michigan State minus 19.5, Georgia Tech minus 3, Charlotte plus 3, Western Michigan, Michigan State under 50, and Jamal Haynes for Georgia Tech over 73.5 rush yards. So, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yep. So, yeah. Yep. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yeah. Yep. So, let's see. What are we doing? Charlotte's getting destroyed 17-3 at halftime, so it looks like I'm on the wrong side of that one. Michigan State's up 21-0 at halftime, so looking good there. What other dumb shit did I have? Georgia Tech down inside the 10-yard line. Looks like a 1st and goal situation here for the Nerds. Kansas up 29-0 in the second quarter. Jaden Daniels already 14 of 19 for 187 yards and 3 touchdowns. And there's still 5 minutes to go in the first half. Jaden Daniels is the best player I've seen play football this year. Now, we got a lot of other good players, of course, playing tomorrow. But No. Hold on. Did I just see that right on TV? Did I just see that right on TV? Tell me I did not just see Georgia Tech throw an interception in the end zone. Did Georgia Tech just throw an interception in the end zone? What in the fuck? Stop trolling me. I demand that y'all stop trolling me. Okay, no. It's just the end of the first quarter. Okay. All right. They did not throw an interception. It's just the end of the first quarter. I need y'all to stop trolling me. Doesn't it say no trolling? Yeah. It literally says no. It literally says that trolling will not be tolerated. So, stop trolling me. Instead of trolling me, download the Sleeper app. Use promo code Lou, and they'll give you a, Looks like Jackson Arnold just scored a touchdown on a QB run and wants to do some kind of weird fucking celebration in the end zone for reasons unknown. But Auburn is going to take the lead over Baylor 6-3. Wanted to throw, nowhere to go, so takes off running. Finds a lane into the end zone. It's a great day to be a soldier. Stop mistreating Uncle Lou. That might be the best comment I've ever read, Nick Koenig. That might be the single greatest comment in the history of LouTube. Stop mistreating me. I couldn't agree more, bud. I couldn't agree more. Oh, now this guy don't know what he's doing. What's that now? What the hell was that now?
Uncle Lou!
Yeah, what? No, just stop mistreating me.
Stop mistreating Uncle Lou!
Yeah, like that. Stop mistreating me. Yes. Download the Sleeper app today and become a huge degenerate. You too can be a huge degenerate, just like me, by downloading the Sleeper app. Promo code Uncle Lou.
Sleeper is the #1 fantasy sports app. It pays to know sports. Pick more or less on top players. Your first pick is on us, so start winning now. Play in Texas, Georgia, Minnesota, and 27 more states. Pick anytime across all sports, pregame or live. Over 10 million players are already on Sleeper. Make your picks count. Score up to 1,000 times your cash. Join today. Get up to $100 credit using the code LOU. Call your shot on Sleeper. Download now.
What a great day. What an absolute great day. Baylor, kick return, all the way out to the 35. Nearly broke it, too. Shoestring tackle saved a big one. Baylor's going to have good field position, though, following that Auburn touchdown. Auburn has the lead now, 7-3 on the road at Baylor. Georgia Tech down by 7 at Colorado, but they are in the red zone. 1st and goal. They keep it on the ground, but only pick up a couple of yards. It's going to be 2nd and goal now for the Nerds at around the 7 or 8 yard line. Hit the thumbs up, you 5-star dummies, says DK. Yes, DK is correct. Please hit the thumbs up. Don't make me do the thing where I check how many people are watching versus how many people have hit thumbs up and then threaten in a rage of absolute anger to shut the stream down and never stream again unless you hit the thumbs up. Now, don't make me do all that. It's a giant waste of time for everyone involved. Just go ahead and hit the thumbs up before it ever gets to that point. Would be ideal. Flag down now in the Georgia Tech Colorado game. Haynes King was running for his life there, had to throw it away. What is the flag? Holding on Georgia Tech's going to back up the Nerds. And after a good-looking drive to get down in the red zone, they are in reverse right now. And it is going to be 2nd and oblivion for Georgia Tech now. Yeah. Lou is not a troll. That's right. That's right. I'm a very serious individual and should be treated as such. Yep. 2nd and goal for Georgia Tech from the 18-yard line. Haynes King back to throw. 4-man rush gets picked up. Ball batted at the line of scrimmage. Oh, holy shit. The ball got batted up in the air at the line of scrimmage, and a defensive tackle damn near intercepted that thing. Would have been absolute disaster for the Nerd, man. They've turned the ball over 3 straight times. They're trying to make it 4. What are they doing? If Colorado was worth a damn, they'd be ahead by 3 scores. Georgia Tech is extremely lucky to only be down by 7. It's hard to turn the ball over 3 times in a row and only be down 7. They're going to keep it on the ground on 3rd and 1,000,000. They gain about 4. Get it inside the 15, but that's it. It's going to be 4th and goal, and they'll be kicking a field goal here to try to cut the lead to 4. Georgia Tech making Florida State's 2024 offense look good. Dang. Hate to hear that. Hate to hear that. This field goal is either wide right or blocked. Well, let's find out. 4th and goal. Georgia Tech does have the field goal unit out on the team. They're right in the middle of the field here. Just a little chip shot field goal. About a 25-yarder. Kick is up and right down the middle and good. 7-3. Georgia Tech has cut the Colorado lead to 4 with 13:31 to go in the first half. Auburn and Baylor are at a commercial break right now. Also in 2 in addition to that as well, which is extremely important to note. Yes. Turnover rate 75%. Yes. Georgia Tech has turned the ball over on 75% of their possessions this year. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Don't bark back. The hell? What are y'all on a field trip? What's going on?
I came back from my work thing.
Work thing?
Yeah, he got a bunch of goodies.
They bought
Oh.
me a monitor.
Oh. Awesome. Uncle Lou bitching about commercials during the game, then plays a commercial during the game. No, I played a commercial while they were playing a commercial. Dummy! Bunch of people just showed up here. I almost had to hit them with the Old Faithful. No, lady, how about you shut the up? I'm doing YouTube, bitch. Yeah, it's still a commercial. I don't know what's going on with these commercials. Wow, that was a crazy touchdown from Rhode Island. The fuck are you doing watching Rhode Island? Do you have the Homer Simpson nerds? What? I don't even know what that is. How old is that video? That video's from 2016 or 2017. Rhode Island. Hey, I'm in Vegas right now. Oh, yeah? No more Vegas trips for me until the end of January. All right, Auburn and Baylor are back on. Auburn's up 7-3. Second quarter just underway in that one. Baylor has the ball. But can they do anything with it? Well, what they can do right now is get sacked. Which is, I don't think that's what they had in mind. 3rd and 12 now for Baylor. Quarterback Sawyer Robertson in a shotgun with 4 wide. Snaps, rolls out to his right, throws, complete, no, incomplete. Behind the intended receiver, wouldn't have been anywhere close to a first down anyway. And the receiver, who got hit for no reason at the end of the play, is down and getting up slowly. 4th and 12, though, and Baylor's going to have to kick it away. This weekend is about to be epic, says Gamecock Orbit. Baylor is down bad. Sleeper app isn't available in Arizona. No? I think it's in 37 states, I think, the Sleeper app. It's in a lot of states. It's in Georgia, I know. Baylor gets the punt away. Of course, you could always move. You don't have to stay in Arizona. How many hill jacks does it take to beat up Lou? Oh, boy. All right, Colorado 7, Georgia Tech 3. 13:30 to go in the first half. So we're in the second quarter. Georgia Tech finally gets on the board with a field goal. Colorado now has the ball 1st and 10 on their own 25. They're going to hand it off on first down. Doesn't get much. Back to the line of scrimmage, that's about it. Second down. Well, here comes a flag now. Let's see what that is. Auburn's looking at a 2nd and 2. They're up 7-3 over Baylor. 13:50 to go in the first half of that one. They're going to get Colorado for a holding, so that's going to back them up. Jackson Arnold hands the ball off on 2nd and 2, and they're going to pick up about 3 yards. Good for a first down. 1st and 10 Auburn. The fact that Georgia Tech is only down 4 is wild. It's unbelievable. That is unbelievable that they're only down 4. They turned the ball over, Georgia Tech did, on their first 3 possessions. If you tuned in late. Colorado offensively, I mean, Georgia Tech's had a couple of good drives. One of them ended in a turnover. One of them ended in a field goal. Colorado hasn't had a single good drive at all. The only touchdown they have was when Georgia Tech turned the ball over in their own red zone. That was it. Other than that, Colorado's offense has been a disaster. Jackson Arnold just picks up another first down with his feet there, a scramble. 1st and 10 Auburn, under 13 minutes to go in the second quarter there. They're up 7-3 over Baylor. 7-3 also your score. Colorado up over Georgia Tech. 2nd and 21 now for Colorado. They're going to keep it on the ground. Right up the middle. Has a hole. Breaking tackles. Picks up about 15, but a flag comes in right in the area of where you normally see holding, so we'll see. It's a gain of 15, but will it stand? Jackson Arnold takes off again all the way down to the 25. That's the only play Auburn has, but it's working. This is going to be a face mask penalty on Georgia Tech, so they're going to tack on another 15 yards on top of the 15-yard run, and it's an automatic first down. The only play Auburn has is QB scramble. That's the bad news. The good news is it's working. They've gone all the way down the field on this drive doing nothing but letting Jackson Arnold run the ball on pass plays that have broken down. 1st and 10 Auburn. They're inside the 25. Handoff this time on a little jet sweep. Forced out of bounds after a gain of about 5 or 6. Colorado keeps it on the ground on 1st and 10. Nowhere to go, though. Swarmed at the line of scrimmage. Might have gained about a yard. 2nd down coming up now for Colorado. They're up 7-3 over Georgia Tech. Same score, Auburn and Baylor. Auburn up 7-3. I told you, Lou, Tennessee comeback from said in Georgia. What in the fuck? Dude. You need to put a helmet on before you hurt yourself. Auburn on the ground, running people over. That was a strong-looking run there by Alston. 1st and goal now for Auburn. Colorado on the ground again. Well, Colorado is the worst rushing team in all of college football over the last 2 years. You can tell this year they are going to try to run the ball. They haven't done much downfield throwing in this game, but they are, at least so far in this game, committed to trying to run the ball. This is more running the football than they did at all the last 2 years. Auburn scores a touchdown. They're going to take a 14-3 lead on the road over Baylor. 3rd and 6 now for Colorado. Caden Salter in a shotgun. Back to throw this time. Under pressure. Running for his life. They're going to... Well, no, he did get rid of it. 4th and 6, though, and they're going to have to punt it away. Caden Salter was running for his life. That looked like every Shedeur Sanders play I ever saw at Colorado. And every Shedeur Sanders play I've seen for the Cleveland Browns, too. How many 30-yard sacks has Shedeur Sanders taken in preseason? 4, 5? Boy, he's terrible. He is terrible. Voltards and UCLA fans need hooked on phonics. Dang. Dang, dang, dang. All right, Colorado's going to have to punt it away. 4th and 6 now. 10:39 to go. Georgia Tech's going to get the ball back down 4. 7-3 your score. There's the kick. And Georgia Tech is going to let this one bounce into the end zone for a touchback. This game is over. Auburn is just better, dude, says Donovan, who is an Auburn fan. Got plenty of money, but for make him say go done stopped Georgia Bucko. That Vols 22, man. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. You are illiterate as fuck. I think you've been sucking on somebody's butt funnel after they used it. Commercial break on both the games now. So many defensive games this year. Well, it's not unusual in week 1 or week 0, week 1, for defenses to be a little further ahead than offenses. That's not all that unusual to see some slow offense in the first in week 1. How many Voltards bought Utah jerseys for tomorrow night, says Jack Pie. Yeah, Utah travels to take on UCLA and the Fighting Nicos tomorrow, which means, of course, Tennessee is giant Utah fans for that one. Danny says, Lou, I'm from Bama. I'm not a very smart man, sir. Yeah, I mean, you didn't even have to tell me that. I just would have known that. You could have just said, I'm from Bama. The rest is understood. You know that. You broken any TVs last year, Lou? You know what? I'm not going to tell you. You have to watch Uncle Lou videos to find out if Uncle Lou breaks TVs. So I'm not going to tell you. But if I was going to tell you, I would tell you no, that I didn't break any TVs last year. UJ is going to lose to Marshall. There it is. There it is. The dumbest comment so far today. 5-star dummy. Tennessee was number 1 for 1 week in November. I do remember that. In fact, I have a t-shirt to commemorate it. Yeah, I do. All right, 14-3. Baylor in danger of getting ran out of their own building here. They've got the ball back after another Auburn touchdown, extended the lead. Let's see what Baylor can do here. 1st and 10 on their own 25. They're in a shotgun with 4 wide. Snap. Pass, complete on a slant. Breaks a tackle and falls forward for about 13 yards. 1st down, Baylor. As the Utah Utes representative in here, we don't accept any Tennessee fans. Damn, Tennessee fans down bad. They can't even get accepted by the Utah man? Wow. Damn. Baylor keeps it on the ground, this time on 1st and 10. Only picks up about 3. 2nd down now for Baylor. Auburn lucky they didn't get called with unsportsmanlike there. A little late on that one, pushing and shoving. Ready to get the season started with some LouTube. Go Utes, says Carter Hansen. Yeah, Utah and UCLA, so a Power 4 matchup. What in the hell is Haynes King doing there? I don't know what Haynes King was doing there, but that was, I don't know what kind of a spin move he was trying. Haynes King isn't a spin move person. Haynes King is a line up and run it between the tackles for 4 yards at a time type of person. What is this shit here? Why are you hitting the circle button, you fucking dumbass? What the fuck, man? 2nd and 3 now for Baylor. They're down 14-3. They need to find a way to get some points here. If they have to punt and give Auburn the ball back, Auburn could put this thing away by going down and scoring again. Baylor needs to do something here if they want to get back in this game. They're on their own 44. Play action. Deep down the sideline. Incomplete. Overthrown. 4th down for Baylor. 4th and 3. There's a flag down in the Georgia Tech game. Let's see what it is. Haynes King having a rough day so far. Holding on the defense, though, is going to give the Nerds an automatic 1st down. So, both of these teams shooting themselves in the foot early in this game. Georgia Tech with the turnovers, Colorado with the penalties. Stop embarrassing us, Vol 22. Go sit in timeout. He needs to go sit in a rubber room. I know he wears a helmet and chin strap, or else he would have done cracked his head open a long time ago. Someone check on Baylor, man. Also, go dog. Yeah, shout out to Baylor, man. He's not watching. He's actually at the game. He called into the call-in show on Tuesday. He's at the game. But it's not looking good for Baylor, man, here early in this one. Down 14-3, Auburn on top in that one. On 4th and 3, Baylor throws it away, basically. I mean, just nothing, just a nothing play at all. And they turned the ball over for reasons completely unknown. And Auburn's going to take over with great field position here. I mean, I don't know what Baylor is doing. It's bad play calling. It's bad execution. It's bad blocking. Uh-oh, big play, Georgia Tech across midfield, out of bounds inside the 45. I don't know what Baylor was thinking there, but that was terrible. They go for it. First of all, on 3rd and 3, they threw a bomb. If you planned on going for it on 4th down, then you should have ran the ball twice. You should have ran it on 3rd down and ran it on 4th down. You throw a bomb on 3rd down, falls incomplete, and then on 4th and 3, you basically throw the ball away, incomplete, and just turn it over. Give a red-hot Auburn offense great field position here near midfield. Already down 14-3. Dave Aranda, is Dave Aranda on this list? I'm adding Dave Aranda to the list on the bottom of this screen. I've had enough of Dave Aranda. I've had enough of this stupid motherfucker, Dave Aranda. Don't know what they're doing list. Billy Napier, Brent Venables, Lincoln Riley, Hugh Freeze. Should I take Hugh Freeze off and replace him with Dave Aranda? I'm not taking Hugh Freeze off the list yet, but I am adding Dave Aranda to the list. This is bad. All right. I've officially added Dave Aranda to the don't know what he's doing list. Uh-oh, big run, Georgia Tech inside the 30, 25, down to the 23. 1st and 10, Nerds in the red zone. Bing, bang. How bad would Georgia Tech be winning right now if they didn't turn the ball over 3 times in the first quarter? Don't know. It's a hypothetical. All we know about hypotheticals is that Alabama would win, according to Alabama man. The Dave Aranda experiment has failed. Yeah, they've been bad. You know, they got hot at the end of last year. They won their last 6 games of the season. But boy, this is bad here out of the gate here at home against a low-level SEC team, honestly. I mean, Auburn hasn't had a winning record since COVID. It's bad. Active shooter on campus at UGA right now? I mean, that's obviously terrible, but fuck, tomorrow there'll be another one somewhere else. I mean, you know, I ain't even no... Whatever. I guess we'll do thoughts and prayers. That way we don't have to do anything that actually matters. Lou, we need an EAS for UGA right now. I don't know what that is. Haynes King pass complete. Good for a 1st down. They're in the red zone now. Georgia Tech in the red zone, 1st and 10. They're down 7-3, 6 minutes to go in the first half. I see a lot of similarities between Napier and Prime. Damn, that might be the most insulting thing anybody's ever said about Sunbelt Billy, and I've said some low-down shit about that deadbeat. 1st and 10 for Auburn after Baylor turned it over on downs, and they're going deep, and they have a man caught inside the 10th and 9. Is that Cam Coleman? Who is that? Yep, Cam Coleman on a long corner route. Goes up in the air and comes down with it. 1st and goal, Auburn at the 9. Baylor's about to get run out of their own. This is bad. This is real bad. Bad. Y'all bet Baylor, didn't you? When we did that poll at the beginning of the stream, who did y'all bet on first half? Baylor or Auburn? Y'all bet on Baylor, didn't you? Damn. Y'all are retarded. Y'all are retarded when it comes to these bets. Y'all are bad. Into the end zone, intended for Cam Coleman again. Incomplete this time. Second and goal coming up. Georgia Tech on 2nd and 5 gets the ball inside the 5 to the 3. It's going to be 3rd and about 1 coming up now for Georgia Tech inside the 5-yard line. Jackson Arnold sucks, says Auburn fan. I think he sucks, yeah. I agree with you. That might be one of the only true things you've ever said. Are Super Chats name, image, and likeness for Woo? Not really. The Sleeper app is name, image, and likeness for me. They pay me for my name, image, and likeness. Literally. So download the Sleeper app today. Make sure to use promo code Lou, and they're going to match your first deposit up to $100. You can get on there and pick you some winners. We're going to pull up the Sleeper app at halftime and see if we can find some winners for tomorrow. Everyone who bet on Baylor is dumb, about to be broke after this blowout loss. I didn't bet on the game. I did put up a poll at the beginning of the chat and let the comment section pick the winner of the first half, Auburn or Baylor, and the comment section chose Baylor. Pay Loy movement. Yeah, shout out to Loy, whoever that is. I hope he gets paid. Who would win if Tennessee and UCLA played? I'd take Tennessee in that one. I don't think UCLA is very good. Where'd that sexy dude go? I'm gonna lick his feet right here. But you gotta pay to lick my feet, buddy. If you go to my Feet Finder account, there's information on there about how you can do that. Hey Lou, what did you bet in the Georgia Tech and Colorado first quarter? I didn't bet on the first quarter. I bet on the whole game. I took Georgia Tech minus. What did I take? Georgia Tech -3. Auburn had to settle for a field goal, so that's a small win for Baylor there. They settle for a field goal. They're now up 17-3 on the road at Baylor. What did I do? I took Georgia Tech -3. They're up 10-7. You might not be able to afford to lick my feet, though, honestly. It's not cheap. Lou, I'm in Vegas right now. Who should I bet on this weekend? I haven't put any bets in for this weekend. I like Clemson to beat LSU. And I'm going to bet that. I like Clemson to win that game. I like Syracuse +14 against Tennessee. I think Tennessee will win, but I think it'll be closer than 14. I like Texas to beat Ohio State. I like Alabama. Anything under 2 touchdowns. I like Miami to beat I like Notre Dame to beat Miami. I like Notre Dame to get the win on the road against Miami. You know what I really like? South Carolina to cover against Virginia Tech. If you're only going to bet one, bet that one. South Carolina to cover against Virginia Tech. Where are the UCLA fans? There was a couple in here earlier. What's up, Miss Pete? Good to see you in here. You'll be glad to know that your significant other was on his best behavior Wednesday at Cherokee. I made sure of it. UCLA fan here, keep our name out of your mouth, you Georgian. Or else what? What are you going to do? Type some more? UCLA. They're not very good. They fucking suck. They're terrible. They're dog shit. They're bottom 25% of the Big Ten. They should have stayed in the Pac-2 where they could at least maybe get bowl eligible from time to time. They're dog shit. And you know what? Their quarterback ain't worth a fuck. Fuck UCLA. Now type about that some more. Baylor won't lose. Auburn ain't back, says Brett Brown. We'll see. It's been pretty one-sided in that one so far. We'll see. Crazy weather, dude. I'ma deliver that deep doink to you. Don't even know what that means. What's the spread on the Utah-UCLA game? I mean, I like Utah to win, but as far as betting the game, I'd have to know what the number is. Utah's got a lot of new on offense. And sometimes a lot of new on offense means the offense starts out kind of slow. But they've got a new offensive coordinator, new quarterback, a lot of new there. Wake Forest is losing to Kennesaw State. Damn. Shout out to Mike Luca, the only Wake Forest fan that I know from the comments section. Mike Luca, he might be down real bad. Marshall over Georgia. Yeah, you're probably trolling, but Marshall's going to be absolutely terrible this year. I mean, they obviously don't stand a chance against Georgia, but even in Conference USA, they're going to be a bad team this year. Their coach left them high and dry, took the job at Southern Miss, and when he left, their entire team transferred out. They hired a new coach, and he had to bring in 60 players from the portal. 60. So it's going to be a rough year for Marshall. UCLA will be at UGA in basketball, Lou. I don't know or care anything at all about UGA or UCLA basketball. I'm not a basketball fan at all. If Salter scores here, he gets his jersey retired. Now, I do like March Madness, the basketball tournament at the end of the year. That is exciting TV to watch. So I usually watch March Madness every year, and I do gamble on college basketball. But like I couldn't name 5 basketball players total from college basketball last year. I know the well, maybe I don't know 5. I was about to say that white kid from Duke, but I can't even remember his name now. Colorado with a bomb down the sideline, complete. 2.5 minutes to go until halftime, and Colorado hits a huge play. What was that white kid's name? Cooper Flag, yeah. And then Florida won the national championship, and they had that point guard, something Clayton. I don't remember his first name, something Clayton. And then the other guy that I liked watching was that little bitty guy that played for Alabama. I can't remember his name at all. I called him the hamster. He was all over the fucking... He looked like a hamster high on cocaine. He was just... I can't remember. Mark Sears, that was his name, Mark Sears. I liked watching him too. Mark Sears from Bama. And I do know Georgia had a 5-star freshman last year that I think got drafted. He was a one-and-done guy. But I can't remember his name. Point is, I don't know anything at all about college basketball because I don't know. I've never been a basketball fan in general. Asa Newell, that was the Georgia guy. Yeah, Asa Newell, thank you. Barn needs to spot the ball, woo. They need to do something. All right, 2-minute warning in the Georgia Tech-Colorado game. 1:54 to go. Colorado's down 3, but they got a good-looking drive here. We'll see if they can get some points here at the end of the first half. Baylor looking at a 3rd and 9 now. Back to throw. Incomplete. The receiver had a chance to go up and get it around the 12-yard line. Good coverage on the play, though. Would have been an amazing catch if he could have made it, but he didn't. And it's going to be 4th and 9 now for Baylor. 3:28 to go in the first half. I would assume they go for it here. Hell, they went for it at midfield a minute ago. I would assume they're going to go for it again here. 4th and 9 this time. They're down 2 touchdowns in this one. 3:28 to go in the first half, and they are going to go for it. They're on the Auburn 33. They must have a terrible field goal kicker. It would be a 50-yard field goal. Going deep, has a man open, caught, touchdown Baylor. Busted coverage because there was nobody within 10 yards of him. Split 2 defenders, but neither defender wanted to cover the guy. What were they doing? They're standing around with their holding. You know how they say this guy's standing around with his thumb up his butt? These 2 Auburn players were fucking elbow deep. They had half their own arms up their own asshole instead of covering this. What were they doing? Look at this. He just runs right in between 2 Auburn manses and look, what in the fuck, man? What are y'all doing? That was a blown coverage there. Somebody didn't roll the right way, and that was the easiest pass and catch you're ever going to see in the college level there. Baylor back in it now. The extra point is good. 17-10. Baylor cuts the lead to 7. Don't underestimate the power of Barnes suck. That is true. Plus, Auburn hadn't even started with the turnover parade yet. And don't you feel like it's just a matter of time before Auburn starts turning the ball over in this game? I do. I really feel that way. Unfortunately, this might be too little too late for the comment section's bet. The comment section voted to bet Baylor first half, and it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Unless they can force a quick 3 and out here and get the ball back, it doesn't look like the comment section is going to win their first half bet. Lou, do you think Nate Frazier is going to be better than Dejon Edwards? Probably. I mean, Dejon Edwards really didn't do much until his last couple of years. Nate Frazier last year as a true freshman had 700 or 800 yards. And he'll be the primary back this year. I mean, it's hard to call somebody like running back 1 or starting running back anymore because most legitimate teams rotate 2, 3, sometimes 4 running backs in and out. But, I mean, Nate Frazier is probably the best of the bunch of the Georgia running backs. I would have took Bob the Barner first half, says, oh, Baylor, there's Baylor, man. Baylor, man, you at the game? That touchdown should get the crowd back into it, huh? Shout out to Baylor, man. Hasn't gone well for y'all so far, but y'all are back in it now. I'm sure you're having a great time at the game. LSU fans down bad. Yeah, listen, that's that whole situation is LSU's fault. You mean to tell me these schools, how many coaches does LSU have? 40? I mean, I know you only have whatever it is, 10 or 12 on-field coaches, but when you're talking about support staff and analysts and all these people, I mean, Florida, for example, has a staff over 100 people. I don't know how many LSU has, but it's over 50. You mean to tell me nobody on LSU's staff had any idea that this guy got kicked out for fighting and was suspended? It's LSU's fault. All this blaming some Clemson reporter for turning LSU into the NCAA. Do you know what would have happened if LSU would have played that guy in the game against Clemson? They would have had to forfeit that game, even if they win. They would have had to forfeit that win for playing an ineligible player. How in the world do you go into the portal, recruit a player, and not look into the fact that he got kicked out of the last game he played in for fighting? It's all on LSU. I don't want to hear none of this blame Clemson, blame the reporter. No, that is LSU's fault 100%. 100%. It's LSU's fault for not doing their due diligence and knowing that player was suspended for the first half. That is LSU's fault. All right, Baylor kicks it off. Auburn with a fair catch, so it'll be a touchback there for the Barn. Lost a wide receiver recruit to Tennessee. Oh, that shit happens all the time. Recruits flipping and shit. LSU doesn't have YouTube TV, woo. What? Marshall over Georgia's my upset of the century. I'll give you 10-1 on your money if you have any. I'll give you 10-1 on your money if you have any. I don't think you do, but if you do have any money, I'll gladly bet that with you, and I'll give you 10-1 odds. First and 10 for Auburn. On their own 25 after the Baylor kick. Jackson Arnold throws. Complete. Fumble. Baylor recovers it, but was it really a fumble? Wasn't he down? I don't know. They're going to have to look at that. I mean, Baylor came up with the ball, but I thought he was down. I'm sure they're going to look at this. That's funny. We were just talking about Auburn turning the ball over. It sure looked like he was down to me in real time. I'm sure they're going to look at it and show us a replay. But didn't it look like he was down or no? I'm a big bettor. I put $2 on Baylor. I don't bet big money either, dude. I really don't. I mean, I bet on a lot of games. Yeah, his arm was down. That's not going to be a fumble. Auburn's going to keep that ball, I think. He was down. I bet on a lot of games, but I don't bet big money either. $25 a game usually. Sometimes I'll bet 50. I have bet more than that, but my usual bet is 25, 30 bucks, and I bet a lot of games. I don't bet big money either. I do it for entertainment. Hey, Uncle Lou, how would you feel if Kennesaw State beats Wake Forest? I wouldn't really feel any particular way. Yeah, his knees down, his elbows down. I mean, that's pretty clearly not a fumble. I'm feeling high on South Florida. My Gators might sleep. Florida should not struggle with South Florida. Florida should beat them easily. Good evening, Lou. So glad we're back to college football. My Bearcats crushed me last night, but good effort. Looking forward to your streams this season. Cheers. Yeah, dumb play calling at the end of that game really hurt Cincinnati. I think some very questionable play calling and decision making at the end of that game for Cincinnati. And Nebraska was lucky to get out of that thing with a win. Nebraska was disappointing. I thought I bought in to some of the Nebraska hype. Now, I didn't have them making the playoffs like some other idiots I know, but I thought Nebraska would look much better than they looked yesterday. They pretty much looked like every Nebraska team I've seen every year for the last 10 years. I mean, instead of looking for ways to win, they're constantly looking for ways to lose. Auburn keeps it on the ground on 2nd and 1, and they're going to pick up a first down out to the 39. 2:50 to go in the first half. 7-point lead for the Barn. Georgia Tech with the ball, 2nd and 5 on their own 30. Coming up on a minute to go in the first half. They keep it on the ground. Big run. Picks up a first down out to the 38. 1st and 10 Auburn on their own 39. Jackson Arnold in the pocket. Looking, scrambling out to his right. Wants to run, ducks out of bounds after a gain of a couple of yards. 2nd and 8 now. Probably going to take us to the 2-minute warning in that one. Haynes King throws deep, out of bounds, sailed over the head of everybody. He took another big hit at the end of that one too. 2nd and 10 coming up for Georgia Tech. Under a minute to go in the first half of that one. Two-minute warning in the Auburn Baylor game, so there'll be a commercial over there. 2nd and 10 now for Georgia Tech. 49 seconds to go in the first half. We're all tied at 10 in this one. Handoff. Georgia Tech is in give-up mode here at the end of the first half. It looks like Georgia Tech has no interest in trying to score here at the end of the half. They're just handoffs, throwing the ball away. It looks like they're just ready to get to halftime. Reminder to anybody that might be new for these game streams. So at halftime, I am going to record a halftime video to upload to the channel. Just my thoughts about the first half of these games. While I am recording and uploading that video, you will see this picture here up on the screen. And I'll be back by the start of the third quarter. Haynes King in the pocket, wants to run. There he goes. First down, inside the 40, out of bounds at the 36. So Georgia Tech may be able to get some points here after all. They're all the way down to the Colorado 36 after this Haynes King scramble and run. Gain of about 25. Is that Aranda's name I'm seeing on the... You don't know? Yeah, I just added it. I had to add it during this game. I mean, he probably should have already been on there, Baylor, man. You already know how high I was on Aranda, and he ain't done shit since he got there. He was embarrassing himself here in this one. And so I went ahead and added his name to the list. He's on the watch list. Georgia Tech might have gained a yard or two on a little crossing route over the middle. Big hit. 25 seconds to go. 2-minute warning in the Baylor-Auburn game. Are you still gonna let them watch you record the halftime vids in the Patreon stream? Yeah. On Patreon, I keep the stream going during halftime, but on the YouTube streams, I mute it and put the picture up, and then I'll be back. I'll be back before the start of the third quarter, and we'll pull up that sleeper app and see if we can find a way to see if we can find some winners for tomorrow on the sleeper app, which of course would be ideal. Yeah, so hey, at halftime, y'all go download that sleeper app. Use the promo code Lou, and they're gonna match your first deposit up to $100. And then at the start of the third quarter, we'll pull the sleeper app up and see if we can find some winners on the games tomorrow over on the sleeper app. Why do players celebrate every play like they won? Just get back to the line of scrimmage. Yeah, there is a lot of that. There is a lot of that. Remember last year, every time anybody did anything, they did this. Whatever the fuck, that got on my nerves big time last year. Flag down in the Auburn game. We'll check that in a minute. Here's Georgia Tech 2nd and 9 with 27 seconds to go. They're right on the outside of their field goal range. 4 wide for the Nerds. Haynes King in a shotgun. Snap. They're going to hand it off. Breaks a tackle. Inside the 30, down to the 26-yard line. So they're definitely in field goal range now. 20 seconds, 19, 18, clock ticking. Haynes King under center now. Probably going to spike the ball is what it looks like. Yeah, Haynes King spikes the ball with 4 seconds to go. So we'll see a field goal here at the end of the half. It would give Georgia Tech a 3-point lead if it's good. Auburn with the ball now. 1:53 to go until halftime. They're on their own 42. Jackson Arnold scrambles left. Now back to his right. Drawing shit up in the dirt here. Auburn is. Puts his shoulder down and picks up a first down and ducks out of bounds with 1:41 to go. Busted play for Auburn. Jackson Arnold turns it into a first down. Here comes the field goal for Georgia Tech. The kick is up and right down the middle and good. And we're going to go to halftime in Boulder. Georgia Tech 13, Colorado 10. Absolute miracle that Georgia Tech is winning this game. If you tuned in late, Georgia Tech turned the ball over 3 times in the first quarter. They turned the ball over on their first 3 possessions of the game. One of those turnovers was in their own red zone, and that was Colorado's only offensive touchdown. Colorado really hasn't done anything offensively the entire game, except shit on their own foot. Colorado losing to a team who's turned the ball over 3 times. Yeah, sad. Down bad even. Down real bad too. Georgia spotting Marshall, 38.5 points. Georgia will win big, but will they run up the score? Georgia generally doesn't cover big spreads against G5 or FCS teams, so I will not be betting Georgia in that game. If Georgia decides to, they might win 45-0 or 50-10 or something like that, but I won't be betting that game, no. My only goal when a team plays those shit teams like that is for nobody to get injured. Auburn tried to turn the ball over there, but unsuccessful. They did fumble, but they jumped on it themselves. So Auburn avoids disaster there. 1:01 to go until halftime. Jackson Arnold with a fumble. Actually, they're probably going to call that a forward pass. They're probably going to call that an incomplete pass, aren't they? It looked like his arm was definitely coming forward. Well, he threw the ball backwards, though. That's the thing. Okay, yeah, he threw the ball backwards. Auburn lucky to jump on that one. Auburn extremely lucky, because that was a backwards pass. Auburn dodged a bullet there. Backwards pass, fumbled and recovered by Auburn. Big loss on the play, though. No backwards pass. It looked like a backwards pass to me. I don't know. You know, I watch these games on mute, so I don't hear what the announcers are saying, but it looked like a backwards pass to me. If we lose, Deuce Knight is starting next game, says Auburn man. Yeah, you're going to be looking for a new coach, too. Lou watches all this football, but still doesn't know what a fumble is. That was a backwards pass recovered by Auburn and then fumbled, is what that was, dumbass. The fact that Georgia Tech is winning by 3 is insane. Yeah, turn the ball over 3 times in 1 quarter and not be losing is a miracle. Jackson Arnold running for his life again. Can I ask a question about Auburn's offensive line? Is Auburn's offensive line complete dog shit? I mean, every single time Jackson Arnold drops back to throw, he's under almost immediate pressure. Now, to his credit, he's escaped it a lot of times. But look at this guy. No one even touched that guy for Baylor. That number 31 came right up the middle, and not a single Auburn player even touched him. Auburn's offensive line might be dog shit. Now, is that true? Because it looks true. 3rd and oblivion for Auburn. 3rd and 20. 53 seconds to go. 3 wide. Jackson Arnold's going to hand it off. Give up play for the barn. Picks up a yard, maybe 2. Baylor will call a timeout, I'm sure. 47 seconds. So Baylor's going to get the ball back. Auburn's going to be punting with 47 seconds. Looking forward to your live stream tomorrow. Juke Poot. Juice Poot is currently cooking up copium to sell to the city of Boise. Yeah, Nebraska, too. He picked Nebraska to make the playoffs, so you already know on his, when's his next show? Sunday? He's going to have to get on there and tell us all how great Nebraska is, even though they look like dog shit against Cincinnati. That's going to be fair catch interference on Auburn, unless he was pushed into him. I'll have to see it again. An Auburn player ran into the guy trying to fair catch the ball. He might have been blocked into him. I didn't see. If he was pushed into him, then they'll take the flag away. G. Mills says, Owls keeping it close. Dexter's Laboratory doing work. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what that means. When you say Owls, who are you talking about? Temple? FAU? What? These Owls? Which owls are you talking about? You talking about the Temple Owls or the FAU Owls or some other owls that I'm not thinking of right now? Which one? Which one? Kennesaw State Owls? What? These people? Do you think Baylor could sneak up on old Aubie? Yeah, they're at home. I mean, at worst case scenario, they're going to go to halftime down 7. I mean, it's still a game. I mean, Auburn has looked like the better team. 2nd and 10 coming up for Baylor. Only 33 seconds to go. Going to be hard for them to do anything here with one timeout left. They're going to have to hit a big play to have any chance of doing anything. They're on their own 35, 2nd and 10. Sacked. Yeah, that's going to be it. They're going to have to just take this to the locker room down 7. Auburn is letting them hang around. Hanging around. I'm from West Virginia. Whoa, dude. Why? I mean, I can understand being from there. I can't understand still living there, though. Can't you get out? Come on, man. Gotta get out of there. Jackson Arnold looks like a great running back. So far, that's Auburn's best play, is a broken pass play that Jackson Arnold turns into a scramble. Auburn's offensive line, the pass blocking's been terrible. Yeah, Rounders, great movie. Great movie. Pay him. Pay that man his money. Pay him. Pay that man his money. There's a script for Rounders too. I've heard Matt Damon talk about it. I don't know if it'll ever be made, but there's a script for Rounders too. Baylor hits a slant, receiver breaks a tackle, and then gets out of bounds, but short of the first down. 20 seconds to go, and it's going to be 4th and like 3 on their own side of the field. I would be shocked if they went for it. I would be shocked if they went for it. If they don't get it, they'd be giving Auburn the ball back in plus territory. Let's see what they're going to do here. If they're close to midfield, they might go for it. I don't know. What are they going to do? They've been going for it on these 4th downs. They've gone for it at least twice. Yeah, they are going to go for it on their own 42. 4th and 3. 21 seconds to go. Snap. Back to throw. All day in the pocket. Throws. Nearly intercepted. And there's a flag. It's going to be pass interference. Who's it going to be on? Referee threw the flag right where the receiver and DB were. Baylor thinks it's on Auburn. It is on Auburn. That's going to give Baylor an automatic first down, and they're probably about 15 yards away from a field goal attempt. Tarleton is taking Army to overtime. Damn, well, Army lost their best player to Georgia. Yeah, fun fact, Notre Dame hasn't won a game in Miami since 1980. Well, they don't play there every year, so that's can be a little misleading, but yeah. Baylor back to throw, going deep. Just out of reach at the 15-yard line. 8 seconds to go now. 2nd and 10. And they're not even close really to field goal range right now. They would need 10 or 15 yards to even attempt a field goal. Miami is going to punk Notre Dame, says Auburn man. Probably, because I picked Notre Dame to win. So, I picked Notre Dame, which means Miami is probably going to win, but I took Notre Dame in that one. All right, what's Baylor going to do here? All right, remember, as soon as this Baylor game goes to halftime, I'm going to be taking about a 10-minute break. I will put this picture up on the screen. And I will be back in 5 to 10 minutes. Notre Dame has no quarterback. Well, they have at least 3 quarterbacks on the roster. But I think what you mean is that you don't think he's any good. Well, we don't know because he's never played. We'll find out, though. We'll find out. Please don't leave us, Lou. I'm not leaving. I got to record a halftime video. Horns better win tomorrow. It's going to be a great game. A great game. I'll be on Patreon for that one. So if y'all want to hang out tomorrow and watch Texas versus Ohio State. Oh my God. Baylor dropped a pass wide open and he would still be running if he caught it. Wow. Wow. That could have been a touchdown. Yeah, the Texas-Ohio State game tomorrow at noon. That'll be the Patreon stream. So if y'all want to hang out and watch that one, the link will be posted on Patreon at 11:45. Let me see. Where's my Patreon page? Somewhere. There it is. The link to the Patreon page is in the description of this video and every video, but I'll post it in the chat there. But y'all can check it out. But the link to the Patreon stream will be posted tomorrow morning at 11:45. We'll hang out and watch Texas, Ohio State. Tennessee and Syracuse also come on at noon. So we'll hang out and watch both those games. And then I'll probably just stay on Patreon through the 3:30 games too. So at 3:30 you got Alabama and Florida State. I think Georgia plays at 3:30 against Marshall. So I'll probably just stay on Patreon from like noon till the end of the 3:30 games, and then tomorrow night we'll be back on YouTube for LSU and Clemson. All right, that's it. Halftime. All right, I'm gonna take about a 5-minute break, record a halftime video, and then I'll be back. While I'm gone, download the Sleeper app, use promo code Lou, and they will match your first deposit up to $100. When I come back on after halftime, we're going to pull up the Sleeper app and see if we can find some winners on there for tomorrow. But give me about 5 minutes and I'll be back. All right, dummies. Colorado with the ball started the third quarter. Good little drive going here, but now they're looking at a 4th and 2 on the Georgia Tech 45. They're going to go for it. Offense out on the field, and they're going to have to call a timeout. Couldn't get the play off in time. All right, I got the halftime video uploaded if y'all want to go check it out. I've got the streamer app pulled up too. Where did it go? Which way did it go? Yeah. So, Arch Manning passing yards, more or less than 188. What do y'all think? First ever game on the road against Ohio State, more or less than 188 yards passing. More, less, more, less. Now, I'm going to take Zachariah Branch more than 43 and a half receiving yards. Zachariah Branch is a slot receiver Georgia got out of the portal from Southern Cal, former 5-star. Georgia's playing Marshall. He could get that in one catch. I'm going to go more than 43 and a half receiving yards for Zachariah Branch. Let's see what else we got here. College football. Cade Klubnik, more or less than 1.5 passing touchdowns tomorrow against LSU. I think more. I think more. Cade Klubnik, more or less than 34.5 rushing yards. I'm gonna go more. I'm gonna go more than 1.5 passing touchdowns for Cade Klubnik. Yeah, I think I have to. Any Tennessee fans in here? Nico, I'm about to leave you. More or less than 199 passing yards. Jeremiah Smith, more or less than 83.5 receiving yards. He had a lot less than that in the playoff game against Texas, if you remember. A lot less. Wingo for Texas, more or less than 55.5 receiving yards. Oh, Carson Beck, here we go. Carson Beck, more or less than 235.5 passing yards against Notre Dame. Carson Beck now with Miami. G5 Joey, more or less than 1.5 passing touchdowns against the Fruit, Syracuse. Still 13-10, Georgia Tech up over Colorado. Halftime still of the Auburn Baylor game. Georgia Tech has the ball here, 1st and 10 with a 3-point lead. Jeremiah Love, the running back for Notre Dame, more or less than 79.5 rushing yards. Julian Sayin for Ohio State, more or less than 219.5 passing yards. Here's Castellanos, the shit talker for Florida State that's so good he got benched at Boston College. More or less than 0.5 passing touchdowns. In other words, is Florida State going to score against Alabama. Yeah, Tarleton State beat Army. I talked about it in the halftime video. Is Castellanos going to throw a passing touchdown against Bama? Bama's defense is dog shit. That's fake news, my guy. That is fake news. Alabama's defense is not dog shit at all. Nate Frazier, 73.5 rushing yards. I'm afraid to do that one because I have a feeling they may get him out of there quick tomorrow and play some of the younger guys at Georgia. Yeah, Army hadn't took a beating this bad since every war we've been in since World War II. I'll save that for the Your Season Is Over video, though. Here's one I like. Nick Harbor, more or less than 49.5 receiving yards. He's that 5-star for South Carolina. I'm taking more. I'm going more than 49.5 receiving yards for Nick Harbor at South Carolina against Virginia Tech on Sunday. That might be the best one I've seen. That might be the best one I've seen. That's 3. Should we get greedy and try to do 4 or just stick to let's stick to 3. Entry amount, $1, $5, $10. Let's see, if I do $10. $10 to win $43. Is this any good? I've got Zachariah Branch, a Georgia receiver, more than 43.5 receiving yards. Cade Klubnik, the Clemson quarterback, more than 1.5 passing touchdowns. And Nicholas Harbor, tight end / wide receiver for South Carolina, more than 49.5 receiving yards. Add one more. You know how hard it is to hit 3? Now you want me to add another one? Do Aller. I'm not, no, they're playing a garbage can team. Do Aller. Will Ryan Williams more or less than 0.5 touchdowns? No, that's not Ryan Williams. That's somebody for Florida State. That's not Ryan Williams. That's a Florida State player. Bryce Underwood, more or less than 185.5. I'm staying away from the Bryce Underwood thing. Nussmeier, more or less than 283.5 passing yards. Boy, I would say under. I'm tempted to take the under on Nussmeier passing yards. Am I wrong? 283.5 passing yards for Garrett Nussmeier. I think less on that, right? I'm going to go less on that. Yeah, I'm going to go less on that. All right, now $10 wins us 80. That sounds better, I think. Select promo. What promos do they have? Let's see. 30% profit boost on tennis only. 30% profit boost till you win? Shit. Let's do that. All right, submit entry. All right, there we go. Contest entered. All right, there you go. Screenshot that. And you control me when I lose. Zachariah Branch, more than 43.5 receiving yards. Nicholas Harbor, more than 49.5 receiving yards. Garrett Nussmeier, less than 283.5 passing yards. Cade Klubnik, more than 1.5 passing touchdowns. All right. That's it. All right. That's it. Here we go. There we go. All right, y'all can get in on the fun too. Download the Sleeper app today. $100. They're gonna match your match your deposit up to $100 if you use the promo code LOU. LOU. Download the Sleeper app. It makes watching these games a lot more fun. I promise you that. You'll be on the edge of your seat watching these games if you got $1 on them. So download the app today, use the promo code LOU, and get a $100 deposit match up to $100. Courtesy of yours truly. There you go. There's a link in the description. There's a link in the description. You can click the link, download the app, promo code LOU. Auburn breaking all kinds of tackles here on 2nd and 6, picks up a first down. Second half just underway in that one, 17-10. Auburn up a touchdown on the road at Baylor. Still 13-10 Nerds versus Colorado. Colorado with the ball at midfield, and they're going to get a first down and then some. Boy, that guy's got some speed. All the way down to the 30-yard line, inside the 30 to the 28. Boy, that guy was quick, wasn't he? He caught that ball and took off like he was shot out of a cannon. Watch this guy turn on the speed after he catches the ball. Literally outran those Georgia Tech defenders. Turned a 10-yard gain into a 25-yard gain. Look at him go. Colorado with their best looking drive of the game here. Down 3. They're going to hand it off on 1st and 10. Bounces it to the outside and has room. Makes a man miss. Inside the 25. Out of bounds at the 21. A gain of 8. Colorado looking good here to start the third quarter. Down 3, but in the red zone now. 2nd and 2. Tarleton taking Army to overtime. Tarleton ended up beating them. Yeah, I did mention it in the halftime video, but yeah, Army goes down in overtime to whatever the fuck Tarleton State is. Jackson Arnold broken play again by, which of course is Auburn's best play. Auburn's best play is drop back for a pass, don't block anybody, and then let Jackson Arnold run wild. Auburn's offensive line might be the worst in the country. I mean, every single time Jackson Arnold drops back, he's under immediate pressure. Auburn's offensive line is complete and total dog shit. Baylor can't stop a nosebleed with these QB runs. Most of them aren't even quarterback runs. They're broken pass plays. 1st and 10 for Auburn at midfield. Handed off this time. Has a hole up the middle. Gain of about 6. Second down coming up for the Barn. Colorado now with a 1st and 10. Play action. Caden Salter rolls right. Looks. Gives the guy the okie doke and takes off running. Out of bounds at the 11. Takes a big hit and a flag comes in. And I'm not sure why. Was it a late hit? I guess it was. It didn't look like a late hit in real time. Maybe he was out of bounds and I didn't see it. Georgia ain't losing to this Auburn team. Yeah. I hope not. Uh-oh, Auburn going deep. Wow. Nearly broken up, or nearly intercepted, but it was broken up. Went for it all there. Yeah, they're going to get Georgia Tech with a late hit here. That's going to give Colorado another 15 yards. And they're going to be down around the 10-yard line. Hell no, they're going to be inside the 5, aren't they? They're going to be around the 5-yard line, 1st and goal. The issue is Baylor is getting pressure, but they get out of their lane, says Jack Longley. 3rd and 4 now for Auburn at the Baylor 34. Arnold back to throw. Has protection this time. Throws incomplete. Good coverage. Knocked away again, and it's going to be 4th and 4. We'll see what Auburn wants to do here. Kind of in that no man's land. Might just go for it. Jackson Arnold ain't no good. Really the only thing Auburn can do is scramble and run around. I mean, they really haven't done anything else offensively. 2nd and goal now for Colorado. 7:45 to go in the third quarter. They're down 3. Chance to take the lead here if they can punch it in. Auburn is going to punt. Now, this surprises me. They're on the Baylor 44, and they're going to punt it away. Colorado keeps it on the ground, gets it down to the 5-yard line. It's going to be 3rd and goal for Colorado now at the 5. Auburn had a good punt, downs it around the 5-yard line, but there's a flag down. We'll see what that's about. I think Dion will be coach of UJ after Kirby leaves for the Canadian Football League. You know what I think? 5-star dummy. I think a home health aide velcros your shoes for you every morning. That's what I think. 3rd and goal for Colorado at the 5. They're down 3. Shotgun. Back to throw. Caden Salter in the pocket. Wants to run. Nowhere to go. Eaten alive by Georgia Tech. Sacked back at the 14. 4th in oblivion now, and Georgia Tech will have to kick a field goal. The penalty on that punt was on Auburn, so they're going to have to repunt it. They back Auburn up 5 yards. 4th and 9, they'll have to repunt it, which is good for Baylor. That last punt had them pinned inside the 5. Let's see what they can do this time. Another good punt. Fair catch called and made at the 9-yard line. So another good punt by Auburn. Baylor's going to have the ball backed up, though, on their own 9-yard line. They're down 7 at home to Auburn. Colorado lined up for a short 29-yard field goal attempt from the middle of the field. Snap, hold, kick is up and good. And Colorado and Georgia Tech are all tied up at 13 apiece. 13 apiece. Only time I'm ever okay fielding a punt inside the 10. Auburn is Auburn. Wake Forest is down bad. Maybe they will wake up next week. I'll split. Marshall beats UGA 25 bucks. You'll split? No, you won't. You won't bet $1 on Marshall beating Georgia. Anybody that thinks Marshall is beating Georgia is too dumb to even have $1. So there's 0% chance you'll actually make that bet with me. Lou, I love the 80s gold necklace. What 80s gold necklace? This isn't even a gold necklace. And it's not an 80. So you were wrong on both counts. It's a 2024 necklace, and it's not gold. But being wrong never stopped you from trying to troll before, so I doubt it's going to stop you now. Being wrong is your hobby, ain't it, bud? Well, watching Uncle Lou is your hobby, but besides that, being wrong is just a pastime of yours. Yeah. Yeah. Army lost to Tarleton State. Yes, they did. Where'd you get that hat? I ordered it from the Uncle Lou store on the internet. Yeah, it's true. Yeah. Oh, hey. Or maybe you want this one. Maybe you want this one. Spot the ball. Spot the ball. Billy Napier says spot the ball, woo. Well, tell Billy Napier to suck my fucking taint. How about that? There you go. Huge degenerate. There you go. There you go. There's a link for the hat. There's the link for the hat. And whatever else is on there. Or get you this one. Now this one's a real banger. This one's a real banger here. Get you a LouTube hat. That's what you need. You need a LouTube hat. If you're not a huge degenerate, then you can buy the LouTube hat. Baylor 1st and 10 on the 10. Pass complete. And it's going to be good for a first down across the 20, 22, 23, 25. Still on his feet, dragging the entire Auburn team out to the 28. Wow. Should have been a 10-yard gain. Instead, it was 18. He literally dragged the entire Auburn team 8 yards downfield. SEC down bad. What happened? Somebody in the SEC lose? Ain't so sweet without Travis Sanders in as running back. Boy. You're more confused than a 2-year-old in a titty bar, aren't you? Travis Sanders is running back. I think you mean Shador Sanders at quarterback or Travis Hunter at wide receiver. Second and 9 for Baylor. They're on their own 27. Going deep. Uh-oh. Lucky that wasn't intercepted. I don't know what the hell he was doing there. Terrible decision to throw that ball that time by, what's his name? Sawyer Robertson. 3rd and 9 coming up for Baylor. Lucky that one wasn't intercepted. Threw into triple coverage. Georgia Tech with a good-looking pass. Out to the 40 now. 1st and 10 for the Nerds. Well, on the 38. 1st and 10 on the 38. They fake a jet sweep. Haynes King keeps the ball. Gain of about 4 or 5. 3rd and 9 for Baylor. Here we go. Can they keep the drive alive? They're on their own 27, 28-yard line. Back to throw. Sawyer Robinson looks left. Now over the middle. Throws and batted down at the line of scrimmage. 4th and 9, and Baylor's going to have to punt it away. Tiger Red Devil, what's up, buddy? Second and 5. And Georgia Tech's going to be dragged down for a loss of about a yard on the play. 3rd down coming up now for the Nerds. All tied. 13-13, Georgia Tech and Colorado. Baylor still down a touchdown. 17-10, Auburn with the lead. Baylor set to punt it away here. Snap. And they get the punt off. Haynes King back to throw on 3rd and 6. Over the middle. Caught, but a good tackle. Going to have him a yard short of the 1st down. It's going to be 4th and 1 for the Nerds. Actually, they got a pretty friendly fucking spot there. They got a real friendly spot, Georgia Tech did. They looked like they were a whole yard short to me, but the referee said, no, we're going to scoot it up a little for you there. Oh, was he never down? Maybe he wasn't down? I don't know how that works when you land on top of another player. I guess he wasn't down. They're going to review it. He landed on top of the Colorado player. So he technically never touched the ground. So we'll see. Who are the Nerds? Are you serious? Georgia Tech. Both games on a commercial now for reasons unknown. I'm going to go get some of my... I made boiled peanuts today. This whole house smelled like... Let me go get some boiled peanuts. I'll be right back. I don't know what I'm doing. I should have been eating those things a long time ago. All right, let me refill my drink too. All right, I'm back. Everybody can calm the fuck down. Boiled peanuts, Diet Mountain Dew. Anybody want to come over and suck on my nuts, huh? Homemade. You want to come over and suck on Uncle Lou's nuts and come on over. They're going to be good. They're going to be good. What did I miss? What's going on and what did I miss here? Yeah. The Barnes season is over. What happened? They're winning, aren't they? Yeah, they're winning 17-10. 2nd and 1 for the Barn. And they're going to pick up a first down out across the 40. 1st and 10, Auburn. 9 minutes to go in the third quarter. They're up a touchdown. Do you ever eat boiled peanuts and boiled hot dogs at the same time? No. I don't boil my hot dogs. What are you talking about? You're supposed to grill hot dogs, or you can fry them in a pan, roll them around. But quit boiling your hot dogs, dude. Lou puts peanut butter on them and feeds them to his dog. What? Peanut butter on boiled peanuts? Stop it. Auburn on 1st and 10 through the air, picks up about 10 out to midfield. Auburn with another good-looking drive here. How is Georgia Tech tied with Colorado? Well, it's a miracle they are tied, considering they turned the ball over 3 times in the first quarter. Empty backfield, though, on 4th and 1. Haynes King in a shotgun. Definitely a quarterback draw on deck. And there it is, and Georgia Tech gets the first down. That was the most obvious play call in the history of history. Saw that coming a mile away. Deep fried pizza with pickles and mayonnaise? What the fuck? What in the hell are y'all eating? Y'all need to cut that shit out. Eating all that weird shit. Shit don't make no sense. 1st and 10 for Georgia Tech near midfield, all tied at 13. Jet sweep for the Nerds, trying to get to the edge, and he does. Cuts it upfield and then shoved out of bounds after a gain of about 7, maybe 8 yards. 1st and 10 for the Barn now on the Baylor 30. Arnold throws, hitch pass behind the line of scrimmage, caught, has room, shoved out of bounds after a gain of about 8. Get my nuts. I have tried peanuts in the Coke. It's real popular down here, and I just don't like it. It's not that it's terrible. I don't know. It just doesn't do anything for me. 2nd and 2, and Georgia Tech is stuffed on that running attempt, thrown down for a loss of about 2 or 3 yards. 3rd and 5 coming up now for the Nerds. I love boiled peanuts. Yeah, me too. That's one of my college football traditions every year. I boil peanuts week 1 every year. These are just, these are regular. I might do some Cajun tomorrow. Or spicy tomorrow. Or maybe Sunday. Auburn inside the 5, down to the 2. 1st and goal, Barn. How long do they keep? What, boiled peanuts? I don't know. I cook them and put them in Tupperwares. Put them in the fridge. I don't know if I've ever... I mean, they don't ever last more than a week around here because I eat them, but I don't really know how long they would last. I eat them pretty quick. Auburn is going 5-8 this year. Again, it's impossible to go 5-8, dummy. It's impossible for Auburn to go 5-8. It's impossible to win 5 games and play 13 games. Touchdown, Auburn. Extra point is good. 24-10. Auburn now with a 2-touchdown lead. 1st and 10 for the Nerds inside the 20 on the 18. Haynes King keeps, has room. Touchdown Nerds. Georgia Tech's going to take a 20-13 lead over Colorado with 14 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. The thing that would worry me if I'm an Auburn fan is the offensive line. Their offensive line has looked terrible in this game. And they should be manhandling Baylor at the line of scrimmage. Baylor is undersized. But Jackson Arnold is under pressure every single time he drops back to throw. And they're going to have to get that figured out. But it looks like they're on their way to 1-0. Four major Southeast cities? I guess it depends what you mean by major and what you mean by Southeast, but I mean, I would consider major cities in the Southeast to be Charlotte, Atlanta, Jacksonville, Miami. None in South Carolina, none in Alabama, none in Mississippi. Maybe New Orleans. Nashville. No, Birmingham's not a major city. There are no major cities in Alabama. All right, Colorado with the ball down, a touchdown. 1st and 10 on their own 25. Caden Salter back to throw under pressure, gets rid of it, caught, wide open, 1st down, then some, cross to 40, up to the 42. Good looking play for Colorado there. That's going to be the last play of the 3rd quarter. Eddie, thank you for the super chat. He says, Lou, earlier I was bragging on your chain on your neck. If you remember, I was saying it reminded me of mine in the 80s. You called me a troll. I'm not. I'm a South Carolina fan who found you through Jackpot. Yeah, I remember. Good to see you in here, man. I hope y'all haven't been mistreating Uncle Lou tonight. There's been a few that was mistreating me a little bit earlier, but for the most part, everybody's been on their best behavior today. Oh, I forgot about that Jamal Haynes bet. Yeah, let's check that. It's over 73 yards. Let's see where he's at. I feel like he doesn't have that. It's all Haynes King. Jamal Haynes has 60 yards. So I need Jamal Haynes to have 14 yards or more in the 4th quarter to hit that bet. I had Jamal Haynes over 73 yards rushing. He's at 60 yards right now. So I need 14 more yards from Jamal Haynes. Fuck Uncle Lou for not sharing his boiled peanuts. Come knock on my door, bitch. I'll give you all the nuts you can handle. What's up, Lou? We made it to another season. Good luck to your dogs this year, says Lawnmower Man. He's a Clemson fan. Yeah. It'll be a good season, man. It's going to be a lot of fun. A lot of fun. Big game for Clemson. I did pick Clemson to win at home, so we'll see, but I think it's going to be a good game. Lou, what's my bets tonight? Georgia Tech -3. I had Michigan State -19. Let me pull them up. Let's see. Where's the scores at? Oh, here we go. Scores. Georgia Tech -3. They're up by 7. I had UNLV and Sam Houston over 60. With 9 minutes to go in the first half, they're at 24 points total. I had Michigan State -19, and they only won by 17, so I lost that one. I had Charlotte +3, and they got blown out, so I lost that one. What else? What else? What else? I think that's it. I think that's it. Let's look. Let me see. Jamal Haynes over 73 yards rushing. So we need Jamal Haynes to get 14 yards in the fourth quarter to hit that one. Please multi-stream on Kick. I'm tired of the ads on YouTube. No. The ads on YouTube is what pay my bills. So, no. Colorado trying to double pass. It doesn't work. Georgia Tech blows it up. It's going to be 2nd and 10. Lou, what are the 4 major Southeast cities? Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. Stop badgering the witness. Need some Lou Hub? You got to go to either my Feet Finder or my OnlyFans for that. I can't do that on YouTube. Auburn's still up 24-10 over Baylor. Under 3 minutes to go in the third. Baylor running out of juice in that one. I have 2 pounds of raw peanuts. I have 5 pounds. How should you cook them? Boil them in water with a bunch of salt. Colorado completes a pass inside the 35, out of bounds at the 32. So Colorado putting a drive together here to start the fourth quarter. Baylor with the ball. They're in the red zone on the Auburn 22, on the Auburn 20. Back to throw. Nearly intercepted. Flag down. That might be offensive pass interference. It's going to be pass interference on somebody. Nope, on Auburn again. That's Auburn's second or third pass interference call, ain't it? Lou doesn't know ball. I've never even seen a game, dude. You watch me more than I watch football, if that tells you anything. I watch college football because I'm a college football fan. Ask yourself why you're watching me. Colorado inside the 25, out of bounds at the 23. Second and short coming up for Colorado. Baylor now, second and goal. They need to score here. They're down 14 with a minute 54 to go in the third. Can't waste this opportunity. Second and goal from the 9. Sawyer Robertson throws complete, a swing pass to the running back in the backfield, makes the first man miss. Gets down to the 5, down to the 4. It's going to be third and goal for Baylor at the 4. Nobody ain't never played nobody, says Nick. Yeah, that's been the case on this channel from day one. Nobody. Who they play? Oh yeah, they won 100 games in a row. Yeah, that's great. Let me ask you something. Who did they play? A team could literally beat the 1985 Bears 16 times in a row, go 16-0. And some dummy would show up in my comment section saying, you know, I don't think they're that good. They really didn't play nobody. Wow, Auburn nearly intercepted that third down pass. Fourth and goal coming up now for Baylor. They're probably going to have to go for this. I don't think field goals are going to win the game. They're very lucky that didn't get picked off. Ooh, Colorado just got lucky there on that 4th and 1. I think they got it. And it is close, but boy, they got lucky. 4th and goal for Baylor. To the corner, touchdown. Baylor scores, makes it a 1-score game. Boy, Baylor just won't go away. Baylor just won't give up. Baylor just won't give up, will they? Georgia Tech had the guy stopped in the backfield, but he tackled him forwards instead of tackling him backwards. Georgia Tech literally pushed him forward for the first down. 1st and 10, Colorado on the 22. Under pressure, throws. Oh my God, nearly intercepted. Should have intercepted it. It's going to be pass interference anyway, though. No pass interference because the ball was tipped. So the flag is waved off. Wish I had time to watch the games on Saturday, but bills don't pay themselves. I get it, man. I had to work every Saturday for a long time. In fact, most of my life I worked Saturdays. It does suck. Boiled peanuts are addictive and hard to stop. I don't know that they're addictive. I only eat them once a year. I eat them week 1 of the college football season every year, and that's it. I don't know of anybody ever getting addicted to them. Oh, the scoreboard. Yeah, sorry. Thanks for pointing that out. I tend to forget about that. There we go. Look who makes a surprise appearance for you there. Out of the blue. Like an RKO, she comes out of nowhere.
I was coming to check the status of the nerds.
The nerds are hanging in there.
Are they winning?
Yeah, for now. But Colorado down there in the red zone. Kansas is going to beat Missouri by double digits. Kansas has looked really good 2 weeks in a row. Last week and this week. I mean, Missouri beat the shit out of somebody yesterday too, but Kansas has looked really good. Jalen Daniels looks legit. It's the same old story with Kansas. No matter how good they look, their season can easily be derailed by injuries. They don't have the depth of the other top teams. But boy, Jalen Daniels sure is fun to watch. I'm addicted. I'm addicted to almost jalapeno anything. Jalapenos are so good. Yeah, that Kansas-Missouri game will be a good one. Where's that game at? Because I ain't gonna lie, I might pick Kansas in that one. I don't do none of that grow your own this and grow that, and I don't do none of that shit. I don't do none of that grow your own shit. I don't do that. I do all my gardening the same place I do all my fishing and all my hunting. Publix. Uh-oh. Auburn's going to return this kick. This is going to be a, Auburn just returned the kickoff back for a touchdown. Wow. It's just when Baylor gets some momentum, pulls within one score, Auburn takes the kickoff the length of the field and makes it a 2-score game again. Wow. Bad for the Baylor man. Bad for the Baylor man. Real bad for the Baylor man, too. Damn, you hate to see that, you know? You hate to see that. You really do. Well, you kind of do. Both of your little brothers are playing? Well, 2 of the 3. 2 of the 3. Georgia has 3 little brothers. 2 of them are playing right now. Georgia Tech and Auburn. The 3rd one plays tomorrow. Lou's bounce back live stream. 4 touchdowns and 0 interceptions. Paid Lou. Yeah, last night I was down bad on the live stream because I went out of town the day before and stayed up too late. I was up till 4 in the morning Wednesday night. I'm too old for that. I don't normally do that shit. Oh, wow. Colorado had a guy wide open, would have walked into the end zone, and the quarterback couldn't hit him. Oh, my God. Wow. I mean, there was nobody on that side of the field except that Colorado player. Look at this. Look at this. What in the world kind of throw is that? How does a scholarship quarterback miss that throw? That is unbelievable. Who's the 3rd little brother? Florida. Auburn set to kick off after their 100-yard kickoff return. Boy, Baylor had just got back into that game, and that's just got to suck the life out of you if you're Baylor. Long drive ends at a touchdown. You make it a one-score game. You're back in it. The crowd gets back in it. You kick the ball off and let Auburn take it 100 yards to the house. Let's see what Baylor can do. 10, 15, 20. That's it. Maybe the 21. 1st and 10 Baylor with 37 seconds to go in the third quarter, and they're down 14 again. 3rd and 5 now for Colorado at the 7-yard line. Back to throw. Salter steps up in the pocket, takes off, runs, touchdown, Colorado.
Man, they just won't give up, huh?
They won't go away. No matter what you do, Colorado, they won't go away. Baylor is playing like Palestine right now. What? Ooh, that's a touchdown. That's a touchdown. They're going to have to give them a touchdown there. Baylor on 1st and 10, going deep. Has a man, but he sailed it over his head, incomplete. 2nd and 10 coming up for Baylor. Florida owns Georgia, period, no debate. Well, let's see. Florida has a losing record to Georgia. Florida has less wins all time than Georgia. Florida has less SEC championships than Georgia. Florida's lost 4 in a row to Georgia. They have the same number of... No, they have less natty. Georgia has 4 national titles. Florida has 3. Yeah, Georgia owns Florida in every way imaginable. So I don't know if you're drunk, stupid, retarded, some kind of combination of all of that. Or what? Oh, look at this play by Baylor. Wow, all the way out to midfield. Jesus, Auburn couldn't tackle him. Yeah, Georgia's got a winning record against Florida. More SEC titles than Florida. More natties than Florida. More wins than Florida. I mean, they own Florida in every way. UNLV up 24-7. I haven't watched any of that one today. All right, into the third quarter. Auburn 31, Baylor 17. They're going to have the ball around midfield here to start the fourth quarter. We'll see if they can go back down and score. Yeah, they changed it and called it a touchdown. I think that's the right call. Time for Haynes King to go scorched earth on the Fighting Deons. I need Jamal Haynes to run for 14 yards is what I need. I'm surprised Salter hasn't run more this game. It's been there for him all game. Going to the Texas-Ohio State game. Texas wins 27-17. Hook 'em and have a good morning. Have fun, Ace Post. Boy, that's going to be a great one to be at. Where do you get your mini helmets from and want to start a collection? Most of the ones that I buy, I get off of Amazon, eBay, or Amazon or eBay. Dick's Sporting Goods online. There's a few different places. You just Google the helmet you're looking for and they'll come up, but mostly Amazon or eBay. But then a lot of these have been sent to me by y'all. And so as far as that goes, I'm not sure where other people are getting them and then sending them to me. But most of the ones I buy have come from Amazon, eBay. I think Dick's is another. There's 3 or 4 places when I Google a mini helmet that always come up. It's like Amazon, eBay, I think Dick's, maybe even Walmart. Yeah. Yeah, they nearly blocked that extra point, but they did block the extra point. He tipped it, but it still went through. Got 2 coming from me, and 1 should already be there. Somebody did send me one. Stanford, but that was a couple of weeks ago. Somebody sent me a new Stanford helmet. Tomorrow's Saturday. Monday's a federal holiday, so I'll go to the post office on Tuesday and see what's there. Yeah, Caden Salter used to be at Tennessee, yeah. Will either one of these 4 teams make the playoffs? No. Lou, you ever had fried pickles dipped in mustard? I've had fried pickles. I don't know that I dip them in mustard, though. It's usually what is it? Some kind of like horseradish sauce. It's usually like a horseradish sauce that comes with fried pickles, but I do like fried pickles, yeah. Auburn will be at us, I'm afraid. Auburn will be at us, I'm afraid. Tyler, thank you for the super chat. When Auburn wins the championship, I'll call up. You've been saying you're going to call up next week for 6 years, and you haven't called a single time. You're afraid to talk on the phone. You're a typer troll. You don't have the ability to have an actual conversation in real time. You have to sit at a keyboard where you can think for 10 or 15 minutes about which words it is you're going to misspell and then type them out. You don't have the ability to talk to somebody on a phone in real time. But, Lou, what are the 4 major Southeast... All right. Let's give that guy a break. I'm going to give you a break, buddy, because you've asked that same question about 20 times, and I've answered it already. So I'm going to give you a 5-minute break. That'll give you 5 minutes. You can Google the answer to that question, and then Google what meds it is you need to be on to stop from being so fucking retarded. You still have all the red Louisville helmet I got you a couple of years ago, or did you get a different one? I think I still have the red one. Yeah. The mirrored red Louisville helmet, yeah. Baylor, look at Baylor. Look at Baylor. Look at Baylor. Look at this.
Oh, wow.
Look at this. First and goal, Baylor, all the way down at the 1 yard line. Tried to warn Lou about Georgia Tech. What about them? Lou, what are the 4 major Northwest cities? Looks like this guy's got a bunch of accounts. Might have to just start banning him. That'd be a shame. What would he do with all this free time if he wasn't able to comment in my comment section? He'd probably hang himself. Name the 4 major Asian cities. Put user in timeout. Those 4. Please tell me that was Jamal Haynes doing something there. Yes. Was that Jamal Haynes with a run over 14 yards? If it is, pay Lou. Nope. It was a fucking catch. God damn it. How about hand the ball off to him, dumbass? Fuck the receiving yards. I need 14 rushing yards from Jamal Haynes in the next 7.5 minutes. Can my man get a fucking handoff here? Haynes King, greedy ass, wants to run the ball every goddamn time. There's 1 yard. Need 13 more in this bitch. Too early to call playoff berths. Not too early to say none of these 4 teams are going. Georgia Tech and Colorado not getting to the playoffs. Baylor and Auburn not getting to the playoffs. Second and 9. 7 minutes to go in the game, all tied at 20. Four wide for Georgia Tech. Haynes King in a shotgun throws, complete behind the line of scrimmage, but they whistled to play dead before the snap. What the fuck happened to Baylor? How come? I thought Baylor was down at the 1 yard line. What the fuck happened to that? Was there a penalty on that play from... How the fuck is Baylor not at the 1 yard line? I be missing shit because y'all are trolling me. Baylor back to throw now on 1st and 10 from the 22. Incomplete into the end zone. Oh, holding. Okay, holding. Another flag down on that first down incompletion. Holding on Auburn this time. Fuck Georgia. Florida spanking TS this year. English only in the chat, please. Is Rounders my favorite movie? No, not my favorite. I mean, it's a great movie, but no, it's not my favorite movie. First and 10, Baylor on the Auburn 12. They're down 14. Handoff gets them to the 10-yard line. Just under 13 minutes to go. 31-17, Auburn up over Baylor. Yeah. My favorite movie is Inside Out, ? Why are you telling us what your favorite movie is and then putting a question mark at the end? How the fuck would we know if that's your favorite movie or not? How in the fuck would we know that? Why are you asking us if some movie is your favorite movie? How in the fuck would we know that? Dude, you see where it says I know stuff? Okay, it doesn't mean I know that. How would I know if that's your favorite movie? Seriously. How would I possibly know that? This is week 1 and y'all are on that bullshit. Baylor just scored on 3rd and 3. It's week 1. Actually, it's not even Saturday. It's Friday of week 1. And y'all are on this bullshit again. With the trolling in that. I don't know why y'all troll me like that. Lou is tooted up. No, I'm zooted. What does it say? I mean, what does he say? I crushed
Fucking zooted.
I crushed up a bunch of Adderall.
Yeah.
I took a double dose of Adderall and I'm fucking zooted. That's what Elon Musk said or whatever. You troll too. You Riri. Georgia Tech completes a pass for next to nothing. 3rd down now. I can't stop thinking of Huggies diapers, seeing Lou's hat, and I don't even have kids. Dan Mullen looks high, but his team is doing well, so I guess it's okay. I haven't watched any of the UNLV games, so I can't, I don't have an opinion on that yet. I'll have to hold off on that. 3rd and 8 for Georgia Tech, tied up at 20. They're on the Colorado 46-yard line. Flags and whistles and people jumping everywhere. What's up, Lou? Do you remember when I said East Carolina's going 10-2? No, I don't. I don't remember that. Mewtwo, buddy, thank you. That's very generous of you. He says, hey, Lou, I'm out. Got to hit rig in the morning. But cheers, fam, to you and your wifey. Love your channel. I'll catch you tomorrow. Go Buckeyes. All right, Mewtwo. I hope you're able to watch the game tomorrow. If you say you got to go to work, hopefully you get off in time to watch the game. But thank you for the super chat, man. That's very generous. Thank you. Have a good night at work, man, and good luck in that game tomorrow. 3rd and 13 for the Nerds right at midfield. More flags, more penalties, back up, reverse, beep, beep, beep. Nerds going in reverse. The Nerds are so goddamn. How are you nerds and this damn dumb? That's really something there.
That is something.
I mean, that's alarming. Need a Haynes King run for a 1st down. I need a Jamal Haynes run is what I need. How many yards is Jamal Haynes at now? I'm glad you asked. Let me check. Jamal Haynes is at 61 yards. I've got Jamal Haynes over 73, so I need 13 more yards from Jamal Haynes. I'm begging for overtime, man. Haynes King back to throw on 3rd and 18. Gets rid of it. Wide open, and he missed him. I mean, he was wide open on a corner route, and Haynes King missed him. Wow. Got to make that throw, buddy. That's why you play for Georgia Tech and not a real team. If you could make that throw, you'd be on a real team. Instead, you're on Georgia Tech with the runaround routine all year long. Talking about you lost to Georgia in 8 overtimes. That's literally, you made a trophy for it. Got to make that throw with the game on the line, man. You've got to make that throw. And you didn't do it because you're woozed out. You're a woozy. If you're going to throw like that, then just hand the ball off to Jamal Haynes and let him get his 13 yards. Fuck. That was catchable. What? What game are you watching? That wasn't catchable. I got $100 riding on Baylor plus 1.5. Need Auburn to stop Auburning. What do you have? Baylor plus 1.5? If you got Baylor plus 1.5, oh, you need Auburn to keep Auburning. I got you. Yeah, you need Auburn to fuck up is what you need. You need Auburn to screw something up here. Auburn, man, pissing his pants right now. Yeah, facts. Big facts, too. Big facts, too. Yeah. 2nd and 8 for Auburn. They're on their own 26-yard line. They're up 7. Swing pass complete to the running back in the backfield. Gets back to the line of scrimmage, but that's it. Good play by Baylor on the edge there. Fought off a block and made the tackle at the line of scrimmage for no gain. 3rd and 8 now for the barn. Georgia Tech and Colorado tied at 25 minutes to go. Colorado with the ball. Look at a 2nd and 2 here. What's up, Jesse? Can I get 3 seconds of that Hill Jack music? There you go. Make sure you clean out that butt funnel before you use it for a straw now. Colorado pass complete for a 1st down up to the 29. Keeps the drive alive with 4.5 minutes to go. Auburn with a catch around the 35-yard line. Looks like a 1st down. It is a 1st down. 1st and 10 for Auburn. On their own 36. They're going to keep it on the ground this time. Picks up about 5. Colorado throws incomplete behind the intended receiver. 2nd and 10 now for Colorado. 3:55 to go. Tied at 20 with Georgia Tech. 1998 forever. That's likely true. That's likely true. At least for my lifetime. I'll probably never see another Tennessee Natty. Yeah. Auburn on the ground. Baylor, good defense that time. Gain of maybe a yard. 3rd down coming up for Auburn. Baylor needs to make a stop here. This is the money down. You got to get off the field here if you're Baylor and make a play on 3rd down. Alabama singing a Tennessee song will always be hilarious. Dixieland Delight. 3rd and 6 coming up for Colorado. Third and 3 for Auburn. Jackson Arnold keeps it, but goes absolutely nowhere. Drop for a 2-yard loss, but there's flags. What's the flags? Let's see. 3rd and 6 now for Colorado. Caden Salter back to throw. Great protection. Gets rid of it. No, pump fakes. Now throws over the head of the intended receiver. Incomplete. Colorado's going to have to punt it away here with 3:06 to go, and Georgia Tech will have a chance to drive down for a game-winning field goal or touchdown. We, of course, need 13 yards rushing by Jamal Haynes, Georgia Tech's running back. to hit a bet on that and go over the rushing total. The penalty was on Baylor and gave Auburn a first down. What was the penalty? I missed it. What was the penalty in the Auburn-Baylor game? Gave Auburn a first down in Baylor territory. They would have had to punt. They would have had to punt. What was that? What was the penalty? Defensive holding on a quarterback run? Wow. Wow. That's bad. That's real bad. That is real bad. Keeps the Auburn drive alive. 2nd and 7 now for Auburn with 8:05 to go. They're up a touchdown on the road at Baylor. Don't give a damn about the whole state of Alabama. Go Big Orange, says Bubbles. Jackson Arnold quarterback draw. Picks up about 5 yards. It's going to be 3rd and about 3, I think, now for Auburn at the Baylor 40. Another chance for Baylor to make a play on 3rd down. Can they do it? 7.5 minutes to go. Tech with the ball now. 1st and 10. Haynes King's going to keep. Picks up 3 or 4 before ducking out of bounds with 2:45 to go. Still tied at 20 in that one. 2 good games here coming down to the wire. 2:45 to go in the Georgia Tech-Colorado game, tied at 20. 7 minutes to go, Auburn and Baylor. 7-point lead for the Barn. Auburn with the ball, 3rd and 3. Jackson Arnold keeps again and picks up 4. Keeps the drive alive again. Another first down for Auburn. Georgia Tech's got a player down. Let's hope he's okay. Any of y'all download the Sleeper app? What picks did y'all do for tomorrow? Download that Sleeper app. Promo code Lou. $100 deposit match up to $100. A 100% deposit match up to $100. Lou loves Alabama. Why you say that? I hate Alabama. Daily fantasy, Joe. Daily fantasy. You know, this player is going to go over 175 yards passing, or this player is going to go over 1.5 touchdowns, whatever. Tim Tebow is UJ's daddy. What was Tebow? Florida was 2-1 against Georgia, I think, when Tebow was there. Is that right? 2-1? All right, Brock. We'll see you tomorrow, bud. Where is Mullen now? At UNLV. Mullen's the head coach of UNLV. Tebow is one of the most overrated college QBs of all time. I don't know. I think he's one of the best college football players of all time. I don't think he's overrated. I think he's top 10. Definitely, yeah, I think he's top 10. I mean, Tebow's an all-time great, I think. Lou should be the head coach of UNLV. I don't have time, man. That's a good idea, but I don't have time. How do you bet in Georgia? The Sleeper app. Download the Sleeper app. You can use Sleeper in Georgia. It's legal. Commercial on both the games. Here, this will tell you. This will tell you. This is like 30 seconds long. It'll tell you about the Sleeper app.
Sleeper is the #1 fantasy sports app. It pays to know sports. Pick more or less on top players. Your first pick is on us, so start winning now. Play in Texas, Georgia, Minnesota, and 27 more states. Pick anytime across all sports, pregame or live. Over 10 million players are already on Sleeper. Make your picks count. Score up to 1,000 times your cash. Join today. Get up to $100 credit using the code LOU. Call your shot on Sleeper. Download now.
There you go. Download the app, promo code Lou. Get in it 5-6. Thank you for the super chat, buddy. Nicholas DePerno, thank you for the super chat. He says, best time of year, best opening weekend I can remember. Yeah, we got some amazing games, y'all. We really do. Both of these, I mean, these are two pretty good games for a Friday night. And then tomorrow, of course, is loaded. Texas, Ohio State at noon. Tennessee and Syracuse at noon. Florida State and Alabama at 3:30. LSU and Clemson in prime time. Sunday, we've got Virginia Tech and South Carolina, and then Miami, Notre Dame. And Monday night, we got the Bill Belichick Bowl. TCU and North Carolina. The streaming schedule is Patreon stream tomorrow at noon for Texas and Ohio State. So those of you on the Patreon page, there will be a link posted on the Patreon page around 11:45 tomorrow morning. Just go to the Patreon page, click that link. It'll take you to the live stream for the noon games tomorrow. Texas, Ohio State, Tennessee, Syracuse. And we'll probably just leave the Patreon stream going all the way through to 3:30 games, which is Florida State, Alabama, Georgia, and Marshall. And then tomorrow night in prime time for LSU and Clemson, I'll be back here on YouTube. There's the link to the Patreon page right there if y'all want to check it out. I'll be live on Patreon tomorrow at noon to stream all the noon and 3:30 games. Alabama, your team. Woo. I'm a Georgia fan. Well, I'm a college football fan. Georgia's my favorite team, though. Syracuse versus Tennessee. Yeah, tomorrow at noon. You were? I was what? A Georgia fan? Georgia's always been my favorite team. I'm not sure what. Maybe you're trying to troll me, and I don't understand the troll job, which means it's not a very good troll job. Auburn just scored again. Jackson Arnold with a touchdown run, a big one too, and that's going to put Baylor in a bad way. Georgia Tech 3rd and 2 now. Big play. Haynes King keeps and picks up the first down, gain of about 5. Under 2 minutes to go now. Georgia Tech looking to run this clock out. Now, handing the ball off to Jamal Haynes would be a great way to run the clock out and then kick a field goal to win the game. Do you think Caden Salter will be benched at some point this season? I think we'll see some Juju Lewis, but I don't know that Caden Salter will be benched in like Juju Lewis becomes the starter. But I do think you'll see some Juju Lewis this season at Colorado. Baylor says our football program is dead. Keep your head up, Baylor, man. Oh, there's a Jamal Haynes run. That's about 4 yards. We need about 8 more. We need about 8 more yards from Jamal Haynes to hit a bet on that. Over 73 rushing yards for Jamal Haynes. He's at about 65 right now, I think. How do you think Oklahoma fans feel seeing Jackson play like this at Auburn? Well, he's done great with his legs. Uh-oh, Haynes King touchdown. There's a Haynes King touchdown. That's no good for the Pay Lou movement. Well, I've got Georgia Tech -3, so that's good for that. But Jamal Haynes is going to come up 8 yards short on his yardage total bet. So hopefully Georgia Tech can hold on here. We'll hit Georgia Tech -3, but we're going to come up 8 yards short, it looks like, on the Jamal Haynes bet. Auburn's offense looks pretty good. I don't know. I mean, outside of Jackson Arnold running the ball, Auburn ain't done much. Their offensive line is terrible. I mean, I haven't looked at the stats, but it feels like Auburn hasn't done much outside of Jackson Arnold running the ball. Let's look at them. We can check the stats if you want. Let's see.
He ran right past them.
Yeah, Jackson Arnold has 134 yards rushing, but only 108 yards passing. I mean, it's working against Baylor. I don't know that that's going to work against a real team. All right, Georgia Tech just took the lead. They're up 27-20, 107 to go in the game. Colorado's going to have a chance to tie it up here. They've got 2 timeouts. Kickoff goes through the back of the end zone. So Colorado will have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 25, and we'll see what they can do. Dion, your season is over, says Nicholas DePerno. Yeah, it looks like Baylor and Colorado, it's the way it looks right now anyway. Baylor and Colorado will have their helmets moved to the your season is over spot next week is the way it's looking right now. Haynes King has close to 150 yards rushing and 3 touchdowns, but only 120 yards passing. Yeah, he's not a great passer, Haynes King. He reminds me a lot of Riley Leonard at Notre Dame. Evan, wow, thank you for the super chat, buddy. I really appreciate that, man. Very generous of you. He says, if the Nerds win this game, I'll be 13-2 against the spread this season. I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know how either. That would be like one of the best records all time of any gambler ever in history if you're 13-2. I don't know how other than watching Uncle Lou all season, so here's a tip for the wins. Maze, Hayes, retard, nose stuff. Yeah, congratulations, man. That's a hell of a run, 13-2. I mean, the best gamblers in the world hit about 55 or 60% of their bets. You're hitting it over 90%. So that's unbelievable. Just lucky. Well, you go on runs like that sometimes. I mean, it happens. Caden Salter scrambling around for his life. Takes off running on 3rd and 1. Picks up the 1st down and then ducks out of bounds around the 39-yard line. Dangerous play, and that took a lot of time off the clock. That took a lot of time off the clock, and Dion does not look happy. Why don't you put your sunglasses on there, bud? You could always put your sunglasses on, Dion. Or, well, he'll wait till the post-game press conference and then put his sunglasses on. You guys know I hate coaching press conferences because they don't say anything. They don't answer the questions. They dodge. It's always coach speak shit. But there's always 2 or 3 coaches in college football where I do like watching their press conferences, and Dion is one of them, especially after a loss. Going deep, wants it all. Hail Mary time. Wow, had a chance. He had a chance there. How do you let him get behind you if you're Georgia Tech there? How in the world do you let a wide receiver get behind you there? Wow. That could have been a nightmare for Georgia Tech. How do you let him get behind you? Oh, Georgia Tech, what are you doing? You got to have somebody back there. Colorado's going to lose this game with 2 timeouts in their pocket. Yeah, you're right. 8 seconds to go. Pass complete. Ducks out of bounds with 3 seconds to go. So time for one more play. We'll see a Hail Mary into the end zone here. Haynes King is a tough dude. Yeah, he is. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. All right, what are we doing here? Let's do that. Here we go. Last play of the game. Chunks it into the end zone. Incomplete. That's your ball game. Georgia Tech wins a wild one here, 27-20. They survive 3 first quarter turnovers. If you missed the beginning of this game, Georgia Tech turned the ball over on their first 3 possessions. But they hang on to get a win on the road at Colorado, 27-20. Georgia Tech starts the season 1-0. Colorado 0-1. There's the streaming schedule for the rest of the week. If you want to screenshot that, that'll tell you when I'm going to be on the rest of the weekend. But 9 a.m. tomorrow, I do a kickoff show every Saturday morning at 9 a.m. right here on this channel. We talk about all the day's games. We talk about bets. We talk about what we're eating that day for like tailgate or watch party food or whatever. We have a good time. I give away money on that show too. We do a wheel thing. Anyway, if you haven't tuned in for that kickoff show on Saturday mornings and you're one of these people that gets up early, we have a good time on that one. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning right here on this channel. At noon tomorrow will be the Patreon stream. We've got Ohio State and Texas and Tennessee and Syracuse both playing at noon. I will probably keep that Patreon stream going through the 3:30 games too, which will be Florida State versus Alabama. I think Georgia and Marshall come on at 3:30 too. And then on prime time tomorrow night, LSU versus Clemson, right back here on YouTube. Sunday, 3 o'clock on YouTube, Virginia Tech and South Carolina. Sunday night, back on Patreon for Notre Dame and Miami. And then Monday night, back here for TCU North Carolina. If you're on the Patreon page, links will be posted about 15 minutes before the stream starts. So tomorrow morning at 11:45 and Sunday night at about 7:15. You just go to my Patreon page and you will see the link posted at the top for those Patreon streams. We have a good time over there on Patreon. The link to the Patreon page is in the description of the video if you want to check it out. All right. Last ditch effort here for Baylor. They are in Auburn territory, but they're running out of time. 2:45 to go. Pass incomplete, and it looks like Baylor's going to get hit with a holding call here that's going to back them up. They're down 14 and running out of time. Should I pay for a Netflix subscription or lose Patreon? You should lose Patreon during the season and then catch up on all your Netflix in the off season. That's what I do. I don't really have time during the season, but because I watch all those Netflix shows too, but I watch them during the off season. Get caught up on everything in the off season. It gives me something to do to speed up, to waste time during the off season. Goddamn, Lou, how big is Tim Tebow's ween? I have no idea. What is that? Because I said he was good? You think Tim Tebow is not a good college football player? I mean, Tim Tebow is on every single list of top football players of all time that anybody has ever made. So there's 2 possibilities here. Everybody on the planet that knows anything at all about college football is right, or you're right. Man, that's a tough one, isn't it? That's a tough one, isn't it, bud? You might be one of those people who think everybody that ever played for your team is amazing and everybody that ever played for any other team is terrible. You might be one of those people. Just kind of a casual sort of basic bitch fan who really doesn't know anything beyond their own team. That's probably what you are. Tebow won a Heisman and finished second. The next year, he's definitely top 10 all time. I mean, I think there's legitimate debates to be had about whether he's top 10, top 15. I mean, stuff like that. But to just say he's not any good or that somebody knows how big his dick is or something if he thinks Tim Tebow is good. That's just somebody that either A, doesn't know anything at all about college football, or just hates Florida so much he can't see straight. Tebow is one of the most iconic players in college football history. Yeah, look, I hated Tim Tebow when he was at Florida, but good God. He's one of the best college football players of all time. I mean, that's a pretty well-established and known truth. It's odd that you somehow think he was terrible. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Good to see you in here, buddy. Ryan, you going to be around tomorrow for the Patreon stream at noon? Hey, what's up, Dula? Rooting for Texas at noon. I don't know if I'm rooting for Texas. I did pick Texas to win. I think it's going to be a great game, though. Find my comments from 2015 on Tennessee UGA. You want me to go back and look at a video from 10 years ago to find some comment you made? No, I won't be spending 1 second doing that. Florida going back to Tebow days this year? No, I don't think so. Florida 7, maybe 8 wins. UNLV actually playing defense this week. I didn't watch the UNLV game this week. I hope there's been a lot of points scored, though. No, there hasn't. Is that right? 24. Is it 24-7? Yeah, 24-7. I have over 60, so I need points in that game. I had over 60 in that one. Was the only bet I made on that game. I think it was 60. I had the over. So whatever the over-under was, I had the over. I need to hit some. I'm down $39 for the week. I'm down $39 for the week, so I got to hit something. Hey, what's up, Clark? 3rd and 13 coming up for Baylor. They're still down 2 touchdowns, and it's under 2 minutes to go. 1:52 left in the game. 38-24, Auburn up over Baylor. So Baylor running out of time here at home. They are on the Auburn 23-yard line, 3rd and 13, 4 wide, back to throw. Over the middle, caught. Close to a first down at the 10-yard line. It might be a little bit short. Let's see where they mark it. Florida versus Oklahoma, who would win? I would take the home team. I would take the home team. I mean, they don't play, but if they did play, I would take the home team. Into the end zone on 4th and 1. Incomplete. What is... I don't understand. Cincinnati did this dumb shit yesterday, too. What are you doing? What kind of a play call is that on 4th and 1? I just don't understand some of these play... Why would you do that? Why? I mean, he almost made an amazing catch, but even if he would have caught, I don't understand that play call there on 4th and 1. I just don't understand that. I do not understand that. Why not get the first down and then give yourself 4 opportunities to score? I just don't get that. I don't get that at all. I do not get that at all. So Auburn's going to win this one 38-24. They're likely just going to run the clock out here. 1:17 to go. Auburn's got the ball on the 10-yard line. Baylor does have 3 timeouts, so they could force an Auburn punt if they wanted to. if Auburn can't pick up a first down. They're going to gain about 5 on first down. 2nd and 5. Baylor calls a timeout with 1:10 to go. UNLV just scored again. Good. I need a lot of points in that one. I need a lot of points in that game. James Holly says, new worst team in Power 4, and that goes to Wake Forest. Did they end up losing to, who'd they play? Did they end up losing? Thank you, James, for the super chat. Washington beats both of these teams. Yeah, I think Washington pretty good this year. I think they could get to 8 wins. Be a big improvement over last year. Kennesaw State won 10-9. Oh, that's right. That was the Wake Forest game. Yeah, Kennesaw State. Wow, what an exciting game. 10-9. Did it go to extra innings? Or was 10-9 the final after regulation? Sounds like a baseball score. Baylor looked disappointing tonight. 2nd and 6 for Auburn. On the ground again. Close to a first down. Might have got it. If they did, it's game over. Dion just wanted to go home. That's why they didn't use the timeouts. Uncle Luke, and I bet you Tennessee minus 13 against Syracuse tomorrow. Yeah, if you want to. Well, no, I have it at 14. I've already got a bet on the game at 14. So unless you want to do 14, then no. Because I already have a bet at 14. Auburn running game may give teams problems this year. Well, you can't be one-dimensional against good teams. They're going to have to figure something out in the passing game. They didn't turn the ball over, though, did they? That's a huge step in the right direction for Auburn. If they, I don't believe they 3rd and 2. Jackson Arnold with a first down and slides, and that's going to do it. Only time I root for Georgia is when they play Georgia Tech. 108 passing yards is pretty pathetic. Lou, I bet you database wouldn't score over 14. Database. Will Army make it onto your season is over? I hate doing that to the service academies. I don't know if I'll put their helmet on the wall. I mean, I'll talk about them losing, but I don't know if I'll put their helmet on the wall. I don't like doing that to the service academies. Oh, yeah, you bet that Syracuse wouldn't score 14 points. Yeah, I remember that. Remind me about that tomorrow after the game, though. If I lose that, just remind me tomorrow and I'll send it to you. Or whenever you see me again in the comments or whatever. Yeah, $25 on PayPal. Yeah, that's fine. The links are in the description of the video, Gunner. And same thing, just remind me tomorrow. So I'll be on YouTube tomorrow at 7:30 for LSU Clemson. So those of you that I have bets on the Tennessee-Syracuse game, that's at noon. Just remind me on the stream. If you win the bet, just remind me on the stream tomorrow night and I'll send you the money. Tennessee will win 24-17. I think Tennessee wins the game, yeah. I picked Tennessee to win, but I think Syracuse might be able to keep it closer than the 14-point spread. Auburn won the last 4 national championships. Let's show some respect. Bad bet, Lou. What, Syracuse plus 14? Auburn is a playoff caliber team. No, they're not. If I win the bet, Lou, I will join your Patreon. Okay. Was that a trainee kicker? I don't know. I doubt it. Auburn is dog shit. Look, it's a good win for Auburn. They were only favored by like a point. They won by 14 on the road. It's a Power 4 opponent. I mean, whatever you think about Baylor, but I don't think they turned the ball over. I mean, I don't want to shit on Auburn. Like that's a good win for Auburn. But as far as like what it means going forward, they're gonna figure something out with the pass game. They need to figure something out with the passing game. You look at their schedule down the road and some of the defenses they're playing, they're not gonna let Jackson Auto run over them like that, and they're gonna have to be able to throw the ball at some point. They did have one turnover. What was the turnover? Was it a fumble? Just joined the Patreon. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, everybody on the Patreon gets a moderator wrench too. So tomorrow when I fire up the Patreon stream at noon, make sure you leave some comments, and everybody over there gets a moderator wrench. I appreciate that, man. Auburn hasn't had a winning season in 6 years. Yeah, pre-COVID. They've lost 7 games 4 years in a row. I got Kentucky minus 7.5 tomorrow. Georgia Tech wins minus 3 turnovers. Georgia Tech turned the ball over on their first 3 possessions of the game. Had 3 turnovers back to back in the first quarter. A miracle to win a game when you do that. Jackson Arnold looked good. Well, he looked good on broken plays running the ball. The passing game for Auburn was non-existent, and their pass blocking was really bad too. But it's a good win for Auburn. But I mean, nothing's perfect. But I mean, this is a good win. I mean, Auburn's been a really bad team for years. This is a good win for Auburn. Baylor was one of the hottest teams at the end of last year. They won their last 6 games. Georgia is scared of Auburn. Why would Georgia be scared of Auburn? I don't think any team in the country is scared of any team. Yeah, UNLV is winning big. Auburn looks like an 8-4 or 9-3 team to me. I can see 8-4. Yeah, I can see 8-4. Yeah, tie is a push. So, yeah, if it's a 14-point game, that's a push. You get your money back. Yep. If I win, then I'll just keep the money. If you win, I send you twice whatever you sent me. Orgy needs to be done. I watched every bit of that first UNLV game against Potato State, and Calandria was so much better than Alex Orgy. I mean, it was obvious to an idiot like me. I mean, Calandria was... Here's the thing, Calandria can do all the running around and shit that Bryce Underwood can do. Plus, he can throw the ball more than 10 yards downfield and complete passes. There's just no benefit at all in playing Alex Orgy over Calandria. None. At all. Somebody that's close to Alex Orgy needs to get in his ear and convince him to just change positions, or he's just not going to have a football future at all. Whether it's running back or tight end or some sort of whatever, but he's not a quarterback. He's very athletic, he's big, he's built like a tank, but he's not a quarterback. Primetime left 2 timeouts on the board as the game ended. Georgia Tech had over 300 yards rushing. Yeah, the game went about like I thought it would go, with the exception of the turnovers in the first quarter by Georgia Tech. But if you watch the prediction video I did, I said Georgia Tech's going to try to slow the game down, low scoring, keep Colorado off the field, and run the ball all day long. That's basically what they did. Maze Hayes retard is slaughtering the bookie. Alex Orgy should play linebacker. Said that shit after seeing him versus Southern Cal last season. Yeah, you've been saying that since the beginning of the Michigan days. You've been on that one. Thank you again, Evan, for the super chat. It's very kind of you, buddy, man. I really appreciate it. 3 turnovers in 8 minutes and still won. Yeah, they had 3 turnovers with 7 minutes to go in the first quarter. It was unbelievable. And they were only down 7-0. They turned the ball over 3 times and were only down 7-0. Flip Tennessee's helmet upside down so they win in Gainesville. Man, that buddy, that thing might stay turned around forever if I do that. Is it better to donate on Cash App? Well, it's only better in that I get more of the money that way. It's way easier for people to do the super chat because it's done right through YouTube. But YouTube takes 50% of what it... Well, YouTube doesn't take 50%. That's not technically true. YouTube takes about 35% of a super chat. And then depending on how you pay the super chat, like if it's through Apple Pay or Google or Android Pay or PayPal or whatever it is, that processing company then takes a fee. So the YouTuber ends up getting about 50% of whatever you super chat, which is why a lot of YouTubers will post Cash App and PayPal links, because those things take way less of a percentage. But I mean, when I'm watching people, I do the super chats too, because it's just way more convenient. Lou, there was all this talk about our incredible wide receivers all offseason, and they were pretty much non-existent. Well, as far as that goes, it's a similar situation to last year. Like, you can have Jerry Rice and Terrell Owens as your wide receivers. If you don't have a quarterback that can throw the ball to them, it almost doesn't even matter how good your wide receivers are. Notre Dame had this problem last year. I think Notre Dame's 2 wide receivers are great, but Riley Leonard can't throw the ball. Haynes King can't really throw the ball. Jackson Arnold apparently can't throw the ball. So, like, I love Auburn's wide receivers. I loved Auburn wide receivers last year. But you got to, without a quarterback that can get them the ball, does it really matter how good they are? Now, this was the first game. So I don't want, for all we know, Auburn will play next week and Jackson Arnold will have 400 yards passing. I don't know. But I didn't see a quarterback today in Jackson Arnold. First of all, the pass protection was terrible. So it's not all on Jackson Arnold. Like, he dropped back to throw a lot of times, and immediately there was Baylor players in his face, and he was able to spin out, make moves, get away from them, and turn what should have been 5 and 10 yard sacks into 10, 15, 20 yard gains sometimes. So that's great that he was able to do that. But the pass protection was terrible. So Cam Coleman had that one really long catch on that deep corner route down to the 10-yard line or whatever it was, but I don't know. They're going to have to figure something out. I mean, you know how it is. When you play these really good teams with really good defenses, if you're one-dimensional offensively, it's not going to go well. And when you look at Auburn's schedule, they play some pretty good defenses, and those players and those defensive coordinators aren't going to sit there and let Jackson Arnold run for 200 yards on them. I mean, that won't happen. They're going to have to be able to throw the ball at some point. Looks like a Gus Malzahn offense. Yeah, I mean, I talked about this after week 0. It's really hard to fairly judge teams after week 1, whether they win or lose, and no matter who they play. Because what if Baylor's a top 20 team? I mean, I don't think they are, but what if in 2 months this is Baylor's only loss? Well, I mean, then this looks like a great game for Auburn. What if in 2 months Baylor is 2-6? Well, then so it's hard to judge after a first game, because you don't know if it's a good win, a bad win, because you don't really know about the other team. But I think that's a good win for Auburn. 1 turnover, I guess. I don't even remember the 1 turnover. I thought they played good defensively for the most part. The 2 things I come away with from this game with Auburn, where I go, they got to figure something out there, is pass protection, the blocking for Jackson Arnold on passing plays, and just a passing game in general. But again, Auburn, and I don't say this to shit on them, Auburn has been a bad team for 4, 5, 6 years, whatever it's been. They've lost 7 games 4 years in a row. To beat a Power 4 opponent on the road in week 1 by 2 touchdowns is a good win for Auburn. Period. But, got to work on some things. Okay, I thought it was 0 turnovers. And then somebody in the chat a minute ago said they had 1 turnover. I thought it was. If they had a turnover, I can't remember it. The turnover was Jackson Arnold throwing it backwards. Oh, did Baylor jump on that? I remember that play now. Did Baylor jump on that? If that's the case, yeah, that was a turnover. Why are Georgia fans so mad that Marshall players are saying they're good? I don't know. There's a lot of Georgia fans who are obsessed with the idea that Georgia is disrespected all the time. I mean, I don't... Georgia's in the top 5, 6, 7 of every ranking on earth. They're 40-point favorites over Marshall. I don't... You know what I think it is, really? It's a little bit of the Alabama effect, or Alabama fan syndrome. You win so many games for such a long period of time that you have to make up reasons to get excited. There's no reason to be excited if you're a Georgia fan about a Marshall game. I mean, Georgia should beat them by 30 or 40 points. And fans get tired of that, and so they make up these narratives and storylines. Oh, some announcer on some show said Georgia's going 9-3. We're being disrespected. We better beat Marshall. I don't know. You know how it is. Somebody tagged me on Twitter today where the Marshall head coach said he expects to win the game. Duh. Do you think a coach or a player has ever gone into a game expecting to lose? Why is that news that a coach expects to win? What do you want the coach to say when he's asked? I mean, come on. Juice Poot said Georgia will miss the playoff. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. He put out his playoff predictions and Georgia was in the playoffs. Not that that means anything one way or the other, but he has Georgia in the playoffs. Josh Pate does. Herself, Walker, greatest athlete of all time. I don't know about greatest athlete. I think he's the best college football player of all time. I do think Herschel Walker is the best college football player of all time. And the worst Senate candidate of all time. UJ fan here. No one is really upset with anything Marshall players or coach said. Well, some people are. It's all over Twitter. Believe me, there are some people that are upset. Will we see Pate Lou comfort any of the losers this year? You'll see Josh Pate comfort the losers every week. Lou, did you predict UJ beat Tennessee this year? Yes, I've got Georgia going 10-2 with losses to Alabama and Auburn. Was my preseason prediction for Georgia. 10-2 with losses to Alabama and Auburn. Yeah, there was a handful of 5-star dummies in here tonight. Percent better. I don't really keep up with Georgia Southern or any group of 5 teams, honestly, outside of the handful of group of 5 teams who I think have a shot to make the playoffs. I don't think the group of 5 should even be in the same discussion as the power. They should have their own playoff. It should be a separate thing like the FCS. I don't put very much time, effort, or energy into the group of 5. And it's not because I don't like the group of 5 taking one playoff spot away from everyone else. It's because I feel like it's unfair to 99% of the group of 5 that has no chance at all of ever making a legitimate postseason. They're not playing for anything, really. The bowl games are borderline irrelevant now, especially the bowl games that group of 5 teams get invited to. No one watches them. I feel like the group of 5 should have their own playoff tournament at the end of the year to give more group of 5 teams something to look forward to in the postseason. Besides the Texas-Ohio State game tomorrow, well, LSU-Clemson, I think it's going to be a great game. Yeah, Auburn had 0 turnovers. Okay. Have a good night. I'm about to eat ancient aliens and go to bed. That's an odd name for your wife, but okay. Enjoy eating that. That's an odd name for your wife's asshole, but okay. You call your wife's asshole an ancient alien? Well, you go eat that and have a good night, bud. Speaking of eating ass, so I went out of town on Wednesday, and Colby, you got to see this billboard. It's by the Walmart there on the main road in town. Anyway, I was leaving to go out of town on Wednesday, and right before I get on the interstate, they have one of these big LED billboards that rotates through about 4 or 5 different ads, you know. And I'm sitting at a red light, and the billboard is literally like right there, and I look over, and I see what I think says Thick Con, like thick, THICK, con, CON, Thick Con, like Comic Con, the comic book convention or whatever, like that. But I look over there and I think it says Thick Con, but the ad changes to some other ad, and so I sit there wait on the ad to come back, and sure enough, that's what it is. It's a billboard. And it says ThickCon 2025. Go to thickcon.com. And I'm like, what in the fuck? So anyway, I did it. I went to thickcon.com because of course I did. And it's legit. Coming to Augusta, Georgia at the Columbia County Exhibition Center. ThickCon 2025. Look at this shit. ThickCon 2025. Lace and Veil. What? I mean, look, it's a movement, it says. Look, it's a movement. Thick Thighs Matter. ThickCon 2025. So, do I need to go to this and live stream it? And look, this might be the best part. Look at this. Hands-on workshops. Now, I don't know what they really mean by that, but I'm willing to go there and learn what they mean by hands-on workshop at ThickCon. There was something else on here that I thought was interesting too. Where is it? Is this it? Now, there's a VIP experience that has limited slots. Now, I'm no stranger to slots, but the ThickCon VIP experience is $100, and that grants you access to limited slots. I mean, I'm all for like supporting my local community in that. But has anyone ever heard of this ThickCon before? I don't know. Maybe I'll try to check it out and give you an update on that. I'll give you an update on that. Anyway, all right, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here. Had a good time tonight. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me to watch these games tonight. We had two good ones too. Colorado falls to Georgia Tech, and Auburn beats Baylor on the road by a couple of scores. Full day of football tomorrow. I cannot wait. One more time. Here is the schedule for tomorrow. Starting off at 9 a.m. with a kickoff show right here on YouTube. We'll give away some money. Noon is the Patreon stream. Make sure you get signed up. We'll hang out and watch Ohio State versus Texas and Tennessee versus Syracuse tomorrow at noon. I'll leave the Patreon stream going through the 3:30 games, which will include Florida State versus Alabama. And then tomorrow night in prime time, I'll be back here on YouTube for Clemson and LSU, which should be a great game. Two games on Sunday. I'll be on YouTube at 3 o'clock for Virginia Tech versus South Carolina, and back on Patreon in prime time for Notre Dame and Miami, the Catholics versus the Convicts there in that one. It wraps up Monday night here on YouTube with TCU versus North Carolina. So, if you are not signed up on the Patreon page and you want to check it out, it's a great way to help support the show and the channel, and we have a really, really good time on those Patreon streams. You're missing out if you're not on there. There's a link to the Patreon page right there. The link is also in the description of all of my videos, so make sure you check out the Patreon page. The Patreon streams, the way those work is 15 minutes before the stream starts. I post a link on my Patreon page. You click that link, it takes you to the stream. It's that easy. So come hang out with us. We have a really good time. Download the Sleeper app. Use promo code Lou. They're going to match your deposit up to $100. You're going to match your deposit up to $100, and you can make some money picking college football. Yeah, picking college football. All right, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your Friday night. I will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. right here on YouTube for the kickoff show. Have a good morning.